Pub Sports Radio is very excited to announce the dates for Pubapalooza 4. The most exciting weekend of the gambling year. Round 1 of March Madness. It's all going down in San Antonio, Texas at the Southtown 101, Thursday the 20th till Sunday the 23rd. It's going down, baby.
Scheduled events every day that weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's all going down in Southtown 101. Come hang out with some of your favorite Pub Sports Radio personalities.
Oof, I can't wait. Meet us in Texas, baby. It's going down.
Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for Pub Sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussquash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Those one are all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
started from the corporate Peter Low Shack. Legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. For the young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre is a man named Slaughter, and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, January 3rd to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. What a day we had yesterday. It was so close to being an absolute monster day, but we are rolling right into the new year. Yesterday, across all sports, combined to go 11-6 plus 4.59 units, but it should have been better than that. Couple shouts out right off the hop. Morgan Spooner's looks in college basketball are just must know. I went over his action after the show. Actually, it was pretty late by the time because we had the Cappers Contest show as well. And it helped a lot, and it should have been a monster day in college basketball. It felt like a 7-1 day. I went 5-3. Memphis, easy casher. FIU loses by a half point. Minnesota was the only loser. Indiana, easy casher. Kansas City, easy casher. UTEP, easy casher. Washington, easy casher. And then Cal Poly +8 loses in overtime. God, overtime is where dogs go to plummet. I just and I know it going, like I know when you're on a +5, +6 dog and it goes to overtime. I hate this feeling. Like I gotta switch that up and reframe that negative feeling that I get. 5-3 plus 1.81 units should have been 7-1. Cashed with the Pacers very easily. The other leans in NBA cashed as well, but just 1-0 in NBA. That's fine. I'm 7-1 now. My last 8 in NBA. And speaking of NBA, not only do we have the great Wine Time Sports, but we have the triumphant return of LJ from H-Town joining us in NBA today. And then in NHL, a 5-3 day. 16-4 my last 20 bets in NHL. Down 4.05 units. The black is calling. Money is calling, man. Obviously, this is the most. We love capping sports. It's our favorite thing to do in life, but when you're winning and winning, it feels so much better. Now, winning is just really October, November, December for me. It wasn't a very good first 9 months, but 2025, mark my words, will be the best year of my gambling career. I'm out for blood. I want money. I want to improve my life. I want my unit size to go up, and I got the right group to rock with you guys here. In NHL, Islanders was a loser. That was 1-1 with a couple minutes left. Stars -1, pretty comfortable. Jets -1.5 was a loser, but it was 3-2 with 45 seconds left. You get the empty netter, you're in business. Utah -120. Dan Vladar fade in business. Knights -1. That's the first time I've faded Philadelphia all year. How do you not back the Knights after a loss? You have to. Philly, Las Vegas over 6.5 cashed. Kraken lost in overtime in a shootout. You're not going to lose to the Canucks in overtime without Quinn Hughes out there. That defense is atrocious. And then my single favorite move in NHL. This is my single favorite angle in NHL, was my 8th spot here. And we didn't know it. Please keep this in mind. And I was messaging Slatsy this morning. It is my single favorite angle in the National Hockey League. And that is when a young Russian goaltender goes up against the greatest Russian goaltender, Vasilevsky, of all time. Well, Tretiak is probably the greatest, but of our generation. And it's uncanny. Every single time a young Russian goaltender goes up against the great Vasilevsky, they play out of their mind. Yaroslav Askarov. Now, we didn't know. We thought Georgiev was going to be in net. We didn't know that it was Yaroslav Askarov, who was spectacular. It's strange how the Predators messed up this Yaroslav Askarov. Now, I don't know much about his character or why they were unable to use this 10th overall pick. But the Sharks may have a beauty on their hands in Yaroslav Askarov. And speaking of the Sharks, shout out to Turnsey, who was on the Sharks and had a huge score with them. It was just great work done by the whole squad. And let's get used to it. Let's get used to it. Let's lock in and get used to it. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Crystal Craig says, morning, Jimmy. Shout out to Mel. She mentioned Bowen Byron props yesterday. Grabbed him for a goal at 10-1. Says, girl knows her hockey. You're damn right. She knows her sports. And so do you, Crystal Craig, Miss Baseball. It's so great having strong female cappers in the chat. It helps us so much. So it's great. It's great rocking with you, Crystal. Justin McKelvey, Stacks play today, number 1 and 2, both in the association. And how much fun is it going to be with both Line Time Sports and LJ from H-Town? We're going to close with NBA, but that's going to be a great segment here. So let me just go down to NBA and lock it in here. The Stacks action. 7-1 my last 8 in NBA. It was a holiday of my wildest dreams. I was just 11-1 in NHL, and it all started with that last show we had, that Thursday, the 19th, the last show we had together when we went 5-1 in NBA. It began the holiday glory. And not only that though, I messed it up on the live stream. I screwed up on the live stream. I was betting unders in that Chargers Broncos game. I did have the Chargers plus 6.5, but I cost myself. Now these were just $100 pops, but I sent 4 of them in, so cost myself $305 at the end of the night, which I shouldn't have. It should have been a K night, and it still was, but it should have been like a beautiful, giant night. But cost myself $200 late. We're rolling. We're locked in. Let's keep delivering. Shout out to Stacks in the house. Kent Davis says, great spot for Akron coming off a tough loss at Princeton. One of the great things about these Fridays is with the card. Last year was Bobano. This year it's Conor Mac. With these smaller Friday slates, we're able to cap each and every game on the slate because I know it's very, very, very difficult for me not to try to attack everything. And I know that it doesn't help my ROI. And if I am truly serious about getting this unit size up, then I need to, kind of stay in my lane and stay focused. But I know, kind of staying away from college football a little bit over the last 3 weeks, focusing on NHL and focusing solely on NFL over the holidays. And I know I've left a ton of money on the table, especially with the way Wine Time's rolling right now. And then college basketball. I want to cap college basketball so badly. We have such spectacular college basketball cappers in the chat and on screen. And it's just, it's hard when there's 85 games like there were yesterday. Kent Davies liking Akron, and he is not the only one. We have Boxing First Vlog BFV in the house, also with Akron money line. Kent Davis is wise. I own a favorite over Marist. Now, we do know, in the Metro Atlantic and conferences like that are, really prevalent on Fridays. It is tricky. It's tricky, but I can't wait to attack it. I very, very excited, very thankful and very excited. Steve G in the house. Good God, was that a phenomenal hockey game last night? Your Avs and the Sabres. God, is that exciting or what? Nutflush Allen in the house says, hope you guys grabbed the low-hanging fruit with Riley and the Wild team total over and the Columbus Blue Jackets team total over. Yeah, I was pretty upset that I didn't join you on the Riley prop. And not only that, I was going, okay, look, the first half team total under for Duke, I could get 6.5 at plus 190. And I was like, and then the under 9.5, they were offering at minus 140. And I knew that they were offering it at minus 140, that they'd set that up because they didn't want many to bet it. And while I was getting in all my action, I was kind of rushing it a bit between about 5:30 and 6:15 because it was taking me a long time. And I love that's the most important time of the day for me, is after we've done the show. Now the Cappers contest kind of got in the way of it, but after we've done the show and you're going over, exactly what you're going to bet now. I have all the notes, I have all the Cappers copied and pasted. I'm going over everything. It's so crucial. And I was like, God, that minus 140 is expensive. God, it's expensive. But I was like, okay, it's okay. Just bet a little more. I was like, you know what? Let's go back to it. And I came back to it 20 minutes later, and it was minus 155. And I let it go. And the only reason, the money it was a monster night. So, but the money is important. But also, just from a record standpoint, I am 0.93 units down on the year in college football. So, should have. And we destroyed CFL. We were 7.5% ROI in NFL. But need to get that going in college football. And I know I would have. I don't want to lament. Let's keep rolling. Wine time in the house. Serious business. Ready to get to work. Lex Steele, Rez Mob in the house. Johnny K. What a great, great group here that we rock with each and every day. I so thankful. God damn. I love doing the work. I love doing the prep. I love doing the record keeping. Speaking of record keeping, though, I've fallen a little bit behind in college football. That's the only thing I'm a little bit behind, and it sucks because Wine Time's having this absolute monster season, 60% against the spread in the regular season, and I don't have his record updated, which sucks. Everything else is updated, and I was trying to do it this morning. I was like, no, I got to focus on the action. So I apologize for that. Johnny K says Canada bounced. Jose asked me. He said, and look, I mean, you can make connections about what this means when a capper says something like this, but Jose said, does the Canada's under 20 team just suck? And I replied, I have not watched 1 second of the under 20 tournament. There's just not enough time in the day, man. Get in where you fit in. And I just, I'm not watched 1 second of it. Canada bounced. I don't care. Timos in the house. Res Mob, what a trip you just had back from traveling. We need you in San Antone. Pubba Palooza 4. I was going to book my flight last night. I'm going to get it today. I'm going to be locked in. I'm going from Wednesday to Monday, Wednesday the 19th to Monday the 24th. Pubba Palooza 4. Good God, am I excited about I just can't imagine being more excited. I can't imagine. Now, my plan is, though, eat more and drink less. Not sure if that's possible. But that's my plan. Eat more and drink less. Gorky in the house. Great to see you, Gorky. Slatsy says Homer pick with the Habs -118 bet last night. Says Hawks. Well, we'll go over that. That's one of our first spots here. My nibbler, Perky, or whoever you want to be today, thank you for joining us. Your creativity knows no bounds. It knows no bounds, Perky. So you, Patty Cake, whoever you want to be, thank you for joining us. Steve G says, horrible referee crew last night versus Asgates. Bednar is pissed, still won an OT, though. Nice try, Buffalo. Unbelievable. Great job, Steve G. Leonard Porsche Jr. in the house. We got the Irish King ready to get to work. Irish King, excellent work yesterday. Great to see you. Says my favorite show of the week, says Andrew G. Let's get it. Friday show here. A Viper on the Orlando Magic at -112. Orlando Magic -112 in NBA today. Let's get that up here and set that up. Thank you, Vipe, my man. Sammy Comer, Kudermatova money line here. Kong's Clips dominating college football. What else is new? Our guy Kong's Clips, a little 7-1 day yesterday. Kong is the man. And another capper is just a perfect example of us as a group and as a community. Just thankful to rock with our guy Kong. Nut Flush in the house. Ever since we lost the bet with the ballless horse, we are unstoppable. Jake Flanagan says, shout out to Bobano. Yesterday's plus money draw, wild caps. A great spot. Yes, I felt okay not backing Marc-Andre Fleury as much as I want to fade the Capitals. But yeah, excellent call by Bobano. I'm looking forward to watch him climb out because he's had a really tough start here on the show this year in NHL, and then I know he will climb, and I'm excited about that. Great to see all of you guys. Great to see. We got Steve G says Sharks beating Lightning. What is going on again? It's my single favorite angle. Keep it in the back of your thought. Young Russian goaltender up against Vasilevsky. I swear to God, I couldn't tell you the last time it didn't go under, and that the young Russian goaltender in his first appearance against Vasilevsky didn't shine. Like, it's the most important moment of their life. The respect play of the day: Temple Wichita under 153 at minus 108. Get that copied and pasted here. Lots of work to do. I got to get into NHL now. We have C-Mac joining us here in a little bit. Sancho in the house. Jay Peasy. Thought of you when JT Miller scored that shootout goal. Now, of course, I'm fading the Canucks tonight. But even that upset me. It was minus 125 on 365. And I'm like, okay, Pinnacle hadn't dropped the line. I'm like, Pinnacle's got to give me a little better juice. You know, they always give you a little better vig. It wasn't out. I don't know. I was capping till 2:45 or so in the morning. And I must have fallen asleep. Woke up. It was minus 140 at 365. It was minus 145. It had gone from minus 136 to minus 145 at Pinnacle. And then it dropped to minus 135. And I don't understand why. It moved 9 cents at Pinnacle and came back 5 cents at 365 and then went right back to minus 140. But I did get in there. Look at that. Nuffler says, I may be banned from the local for the Ole Miss game yesterday. Probably biggest game of my career. Wow. Unbelievable. JP says, as soon as Vegas went down, I live bet them again. You know, that's a smart move. I didn't because I knew that if they came back, that the over would probably hit. So Kong's clips catching with Riley Leonard. I love it. Sancho cashing with the Celtics. Great to see all you guys. Dan Kelly in the house. Morgan Spooner. There he is right there. Going over Morgan Spooner's action was, and it should have been better. I mean, Florida International should have cashed. And of course, Cal Poly losing in overtime. But they were all sharp looks. And then also, you know, what Morgan said about, you know, Indiana at home against Rutgers. I mean, you know, Rutgers, we broke down their inability. They only had one true road game. They looked terrible in it. That was beautiful. It was great. Great stuff. Jessica Easton in the house. Great to see you. Jessica says, let's hear it for the women. I love it. Great female cappers here in the chat. Barry Roselle, Dougie Wise. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for joining with us. I would love to give all of you guys the heads up. Resmob said before the last Pubbalooza, I went 13-2, bribed the wife to go, stayed on the Riverwalk, had a great time. Yeah, I know you were running very, very, very hot. Chang Kim in the house. Kenny Ken resisting it all. Mr. Belvedere Smith Legacy. Great to see all you guys. Big Fat Polly. Let's do more. All right. Okay. All right. Bomb.com. Tyler Flower jumping on Minnesota minus 7.5. Says love seeing it minus 10 now. Yes. Opt-outs all over the place that we will be discussing here. All right. Let's roll here. Thank you guys for joining us. Great to see all of you guys. Hartenstein double. Dan Kelly with the Hartenstein double. I think I've got enough, or I tried to copy and paste all the action. So let's get to work because we have a C-Mac joining us here shortly. The free bands play of the day is the Sacramento Kings here at minus 3, minus 115. Let's get that copied and pasted. All right. It is time to get to work, and we get into NHL. So look, you guys stuck by my side off a horrible start to the year, and I've not fully climbed out yet. There's so much work still to do. Double digit ROI. Look, I know that the professional cappers, professional gamblers need a 3% ROI, 2.5% ROI, but at $300 a unit, that's just not going to make me enough money. My unit size is not big enough to talk in the realm of a professional gambler. What I need to talk about is a 10% ROI. And that's my goal now in every sport, a 10% ROI. 5 is the minimum. Anything under 5 is not enough. It's just not enough. And 16-4 run, it was a 11-1 run. So I guess that's actually a 15. No, it's 16-4, 5-3 last night. 11-1 run until 5-3 last night. Let's keep rolling here. Saturated says, as your doctor, I prescribe more 6-way parlays. And Ken Davies says that's tough, Jimmy. We need to be predatory. That's it, though. I think I got a little too caught up with, a professional is comfortable with the 2.5%, 3%. What do I care about a professional? My unit size is not 5,000 a unit. It's not 1,000 a unit. 10% ROI in every single sport. We can do it. If you've seen me in NBA and NCAA, my volume has gone down. My ROI has gone up. That's what we need. Let's roll. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Penguins 17-17-5, 6-10-3 on the road. The Florida Panthers 23-13-2, 11-7-1 at home. We have Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. This is a tricky spot here. First off, with the Pittsburgh Penguins, they're coming off their second loss in 3 games, 4-2 at Detroit on Tuesday. Chris Letang remains out with a lower body injury. With the Penguins now, it's such a different story than last year. Remember last year, they're bringing Carlson over. Carlson always shines when he's the lone, star defenseman. So he's been much better with Chris Letang out of the lineup. I don't know why they brought in Carlson. It was just a horrific decision by Dubas, the child, the boy manager. And this power play now is rolling. This is the power play that Dubas envisioned when he was playing Xbox alone, eating microwave dinners. This power play is at 26.1%, and over the last little while looks probably like the best power play in the league. And why shouldn't it? With Sid the Kid, Malkin, Carlson, you got Rust in front of the net. It's a really nice mix. And now it's rolling, and their special teams is rolling, 81.7% penalty killing. The thing is, the Florida Panthers, like we've seen with a bunch of different, look at these save percentages. Yari 885, Spencer Knight 887. We're going back to the Darren Pang days of the early mid 80s now with all these. When you have a save percentage over 900, you're a good goaltender. We have the Florida Panthers, who are on the second half of a back-to-back. They lose 3-1 to Carolina yesterday. And, it was a shrewd move by Jose to be on Carolina. Bobano talked about, wanting the Stanley Cup champions at that price. It was a fishy price, but it was a fishy price because the Panthers are playing fishy hockey. In their one win over the Rangers, which I was on them for on the -1 line, they were in control up 2-0 against a Rangers team that's scuffling so badly. The Rangers make it 2-2. It's a 3-3, and then Boakvist scores, and then they score the empty netter. In the 3 games other than that, they were shut out twice and scored 1 goal last night. So in 3 of their last 4 games, they've combined to score 1 goal. I don't understand how you can back them with confidence right now, unless they're coming off of a loss, which they are here. We have Ottawa on the second half of a back-to-back. We have Anaheim on the second half of a back-to-back. We have Vancouver on the second half of a back-to-back. And we have Florida on the second half of a back-to-back. One of the mistakes I made when I was younger was thinking of the back-to-back and the heavy legs and all that. Now, we still see the heavy legs in the third period, but if the team is coming off of a loss, I almost never fade them. Now, I am fading the Senators today, but I feel really uncomfortable fading the Senators today. So do I want Florida? Generally speaking, I would, but this line's gone from Florida -220 to -206. I get that. It might be cappers, overvaluing the difficulty of a second half of a back-to-back. This total has been bouncing from 6 to 6.5. It basically is where it opened. Now, it opened at 6 -118 to the over. Well, that's the same thing as 6.5 -118 to the under. So it's basically not moved. And I don't trust Spencer Knight. My guy Lamont Williams in the house. We have Lex Steele saying Pens a team total over. So I just don't feel look, Florida off of a loss is money in the bank. But Slatzing saying Spencer Knight projected for the Panthers, he's been awful. So is Tristan Yari. And then you have the Penguins coming off of a loss. When you're going to take a minus 200 favorite, you're either going to take them on the puck line or the -1 line, or I guess you could use them as a parlay piece. But you have to be bullish about the situation, and I can't get there. Yes, I expect the Florida Panthers to win. Is that we talk about risk reward so much. The reason why my first look yesterday was, I wanted Boston against the Rangers, but did the risk reward make sense? No, it didn't. I don't know if it does here. Steve G says Yari Knight equals goals. Yeah, it does. But again, it's very difficult for me to get past the idea that Florida's in a bit of a rut right now. Look, they're the defending Stanley Cup champions. We know how good they are, but their offense is in a bit of a rut. If you guys want to move on the over, I get it. If you want to move on the Panthers, I get it. If you want to move on the Penguins, I get it. It doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't appeal to me. Now, the over would be the one that kind of does, but I'm off. Let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern is the next spot on the board. Montreal Canadiens 17-17-3, 7-10-1 on the road. The Chicago Blackhawks 12-24-2, 7-10-0 at home. We're at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Let's get into the line history here. So, again, I'm too caught up in. No, I don't think too caught up. Situational capping is my favorite thing. It's the psychology behind the situation. And there's cappers that are very different from me who have great success, focusing on their model and focusing on the numbers. Here, if you're watching these two teams play hockey, you're putting as much money as you can down on the Montreal Canadiens. But it is a real problem for me situationally when a team has a road trip that's spectacular and then comes back home. We talk about how in Major League Baseball, a team on a 7-game winning streak switching cities is the best fade in sports because of your average line. Here, we've had a 5-cent move to the over 6, and the Habs opening line is fishy. It's just, there's no way getting around it. It's a fishy opening line. Now, the lines moved very heavily towards the Montreal Canadiens, something that Slatsy predicted. This has now moved to -137. He got in at -118. What I'm starting to realize is that most of the time, the 365 line that comes out way before the main offshore that I use for line shopping is going to be the best line. 7 out of 10 times. I don't know why I wait for the offshores to come out with their line. It just doesn't quite work like that. You're going to be beating the market move most of the time. So we've had a big move towards the Montreal Canadiens, which should make everybody feel good. Robert Franklin is on Montreal regulation. Johnny K is on the Caulfield goal. So let's break this one down. We're at the United Center, Chicago, Illinois. We have Sammy Montembeault, who's been good, 2.87 goals against average, 902 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Sammy says, wonder how these teams do the first game after the Winter Classic, Habs first period. They were embarrassed in the Winter Classic. Embarrassed. I was on the Blues -1. It was just sit back and get that cash. Leroy Flood, in the under 6.5 on this game. Look, Peter Mrazek is now doing exactly what I expected him to do. Now, it hurt not having Alec Martinez in the lineup. Alec Martinez is still injured. It hurt having Seth Jones out for a period of time. And now Connor Murphy, who's playing, 20 minutes a game, he's day-to-day. So it hurts Mrazek not having his defense available, but he does have more defensively accountable forwards than we're used to. I mean, Foligno is very accountable. Bertuzzi, if you can look past his penchant of taking, terrible penalties, he can be very responsible as well. Montreal power play 21.4%, penalty killing 82.7%. Chicago power play 23.5%, penalty killing 84.1%. I do not think Chicago is a good hockey team. I don't care. That they the new coach bump or anything like that, and that's over. This Blackhawks team is coming off 5 straight losses. They lose 6-2 at Wrigley Field in the Winter Classic. Completely embarrassed. They've allowed 27 goals over the losing streak. Now they have Seth Jones back, but as I said, Martinez and Murphy out. Then you have Montreal, their 3rd straight win, 3-2 at Tampa on Tuesday to finish 4-game road trip. Sorry, 3-2 at Vegas. They They open with the 5-4 loss at Columbus, and then they beat Florida, the defending Stanley Cup champion, 4-0. And then they beat Tampa 5-2. If that line wasn't so ridiculous for Tampa being such a big favorite, I would, of course, be on Tampa. I always try to fade the team after. If you beat Tampa and you head to Florida, I want to fade you. If you beat Florida and you head to Tampa, I want to fade you. And I'm very fortunate that I didn't. And then they go to Vegas and beat them. They're playing phenomenal. But it's just not the situation I want to back. And I have to stick to the situation rather than betting the better hockey team. Now, if you bet the better hockey team, you can easily get paid. And Slatsy riding the Habs until they lose. That it makes sense to me. It's just with enough games on the card and enough options, I'm going to leave this game alone, as uncomfortable as it makes me feel. Let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern with the Ottawa Senators, 19-15-2, 9-9-1 on the road at the St. Louis Blues, 18-17-4, 7-9-1 at home, Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. So look, I'm uncomfortable about this game too, but I'm not going to just sit on the sidelines. And so as much as I don't like fading teams who lose the first game of a back-to-back, I like fading Anton Forsberg. I love backing the Blues with Monty as the coach. Redbeard here on the over 5.5. And the Blues have been very good to me, and that makes me nervous. Obviously I have a bias because they've been, bringing me back, climbing back into the closer to the black here after just a horrific start. So Binnington, I don't know how good Binnington is. I don't know. I certainly don't think that Canadians, they're not going to be the favorite. They shouldn't be the favorite in the Four Nations Classic because Binnington is not proven to be the number one goalie that we thought when he brought the Blues to the Stanley Cup. Ottawa power play, 24.2%. It's dangerous. Penalty killing, 77.6%. It's not very good. Sanderson is an absolute monster. He's a phenomenal defenseman. They got him in the 5th overall pick when they got Stützle 3rd overall. What a score for the franchise. That's why they didn't need Chikrin. That's why Chikrin was let go. St. Louis power play, 16.7%. Penalty killing, 73.5%. So, okay, here. So this is the what I had to do. Lexiel says, are you saying you want to back Sens on back-to-back after the Blues 8-1 and Forsberg in net? No, I'm saying this. The Senators are on game 8 of a monster 9-game road trip. If you remember, there was a 6-game and 10-day road trip for the Winnipeg Jets. They were the number one team in the NHL by far, and it was just too difficult. This road trip, 9 games with New Year's and the holidays stuck in between, is as hard of a road trip as I could possibly imagine. Now they're on the second half of back-to-back after losing 4-2 at Dallas last night. I know even with Marchman out of the lineup, Dallas plays man hockey. They're a tough hockey team. This trip finishes in Detroit. And it's just too much. The Senators, look, if they can withstand this, I'm going to look past the fact that the Blues feel so good about themselves after the Wrigley Field domination of the Blackhawks. I guess it comes down to that. So I am backing the Blues. I got the -110. I could have got a -105 if I had bet it last night. I waited till this morning. It was another situation where it was -113 at Pinnacle. I was getting a better line at 365, which is very rare. This total is 5.5 to the over. It opened at -118. Now it's -114. We've come back 4 cents. And when we come to the money line here, St. Louis has come back a little bit. So it did get up to -114 before it came back to -110. The spot makes me uncomfortable only because Ottawa lost last night and they're a good hockey team. But that's it. How can you keep succeeding in game 8 of a 9-game road trip? How can it doesn't make sense to me. And then you have the Blues who are there's accountability because Monty has come over. So I'm on the Blues, -110. Let's roll on. We're almost at college basketball time, and I can't wait for it. 9 p.m. Eastern with the Anaheim Ducks, 15-17-4, 7-6-3 on the road. At the Edmonton Oilers, 22-12-3, 13-7-1 at home. So here's where situational action can hurt you. I understood that the Ducks, Kenny Kenkan is going to tell you they're doing, I do think the Predators is the best bet on the board, quite clearly. Steve G looking at the draw. But, so the Ducks are better than the market is evaluating them at. And that's clear. Because what they're doing is they're winning 5-on-5, which is, I mean, as much as I need special teams to be rolling, when you're winning 5-on-5, it means that it will have longevity. When you're winning because your power play's hitting at 40% over the last 10 games, that doesn't necessarily have longevity. What the Ducks are doing right now, I believe, really has longevity, and they're being coached very defensively, and that's probably how you have to coach them. When you have, the number 2 overall pick in Carlson, the number 3 overall pick in McTavish, number 8 overall pick in Zegras. I think he was 8, might have been 9, and Zegras is hurt now anyway, so who cares? So the Ducks going to Winnipeg last night. The Ducks had just won 2 monster games at home in impressive fashion, and I was fading them because the Jets were coming off of a loss, and it was wrong because the market can't correct itself fast enough. We see it so often in sports. It was something that Peter used to talk about 7 years ago in Costa Rica, that when the market will fix itself. The market will change as a team improves, but it just takes a little bit of time. So here we go. Let's just talk about the game that was last night here. Because when the Jets scored to make it 3-2, I thought, I might escape here. I want to fade Gibson when he's in net. And you heard Bobano touch on that yesterday. He doesn't want to fade Lucas Dostal. You also have one of those wins by the Ducks was over the Oilers. Look who the Ducks have beaten. The Edmonton Oilers, the New Jersey Devils, and then they go into Winnipeg and beat the Jets in succession. That's extremely impressive. This Edmonton power play now at 22.9%. Remember, they had an awful start to the power play. Their penalty killing at 77%. You have to think that Lucas Dostal gives the Ducks an advantage in between the pipes. 914 save percentage. Stuart Skinner 14-8-3, 2.81 goals against average, 897 save percentage. The Oilers snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 4-1 win at home over Utah on Tuesday night. I should have been on them. It was a mistake not to be. Of course, they were going to bounce back after that loss to the Ducks. I just thought it was too expensive. So when it's said and done, this line is ludicrous. I had there was no way I thought I'd see over 4. This line opened up at 425. It's now minus 438. I know that the Oilers have revenge, and this total's at 6.5. It's minus 125 to the over. It opened minus 112 to the over. We had a 13-cent move to the over. Nothing appeals to me here. You can't take a team total. You could. I shouldn't say you can't, but it's difficult to take a team total over when a team's that big of a favorite. It's too expensive. It's all just too expensive. The right move would be to back the Ducks to do it again. But I do not. The Oilers hold grudges. There's nothing else going on in Edmonton other than hockey. There's nothing else the city cares about other than the Oilers. So I'm off of this one. Let's roll into the spot on the board, 10 p.m. Eastern, Nashville Predators, Vancouver Canucks. So I made the mistake. I should have bet it last night. It was stupid. I'm not going to keep. I'm going to bet as soon as 365 comes out on these smash spots that I believe are smash spots. If you watch the Canucks play last night, they played with heart. But who cares about Pettersson? They could cut Pettersson if it wouldn't. Like if you could cut Pettersson, if he didn't have guaranteed money, you could just cut him. I'd cut him. You don't need him. No team in the NHL is going to take him off the Canucks' hands unless the Canucks pick up 30% of the contract. It's Quinn Hughes. He's phenomenal. He was the defenseman of my wildest dreams when I was younger. I had Doug Lidster. Well, the defenseman in Vancouver went from Harold Snep. Well, went from Dennis Kearns. If you want, because Harold Snepps was a tough guy. It was like Dennis Kearns to Doug Lidster to Jyrke Lume. We never had the spectacular quarterback. He's just phenomenal. He's just if it wasn't for Cale Makar, I mean, there'd be nobody in his class. He's proven that he's better than Adam Fox. He's phenomenal. And when you watch the Canucks in 3-on-3 without they're on 3, they didn't get the puck. They didn't have the puck. The Blues had the puck. Or sorry, the Kraken had the puck for 5 minutes, and the Kraken don't really have. I mean, Vince Dunn looks quite good, and you could say that Jared McCann is a great, but Jared McCann's playing out there with Chandler Stevenson. It just goes to show you they don't have the snipers. Beniers never became the sniper that we expected, but I digress. The without Quinn Hughes, the Canucks have to be faded every single game. Every single game. And look, even if we count this one, we can count them all without Hughes. I guarantee you're going to have positive ROI. I guarantee you. Now, do you want the Predators off of 3 straight losses? The Predators are just going nowhere. Now they have Yossi back healthy. They're a pretty healthy squad. They just have to be bet. Lankinen played pretty well last night. Thatcher Demko's been questionable. The Predators just have to be bet. So this has happened to me often too. When I've missed the line and it requires me to take the -1 line, I end up making a little more money off of it. So I hope that's what happens here. So here we go. I'm on the Predators -1. I got -135 and +185. They were both 365. It worked out to like a +121, I believe. So it's just the Predators and the Blues for me, keeping it clean. Now, I'm going to be changing my schedule here shortly, and I'll be back to Tuesdays and Wednesdays here shortly. It won't be next week because we still have a ton of football and a ton of work to do. But I tell you, when I see you next Thursday, I'm going to be in the black in NHL. I'm going to be in the black in NHL. So, and Slatsy's saying that Demko with back spasms. So could it be Artur Shilov's? I mean, they can't. I don't think they can go back to Lincoln in here. Can you guys find that out? If can someone find that out? My action's already in. But it's not energy. It's not down. The Canucks go with no goaltending. It's Quinn Hughes. He is phenomenal, and this team without him is weak. So there we go. NHL 16-4 run in my last 20. But good God, when you dig yourself a hole like I dug. I shouldn't even be talking about 16-4. I shouldn't talk about anything until we're in the black. And that's what I expect to have happening here. Black soon. I see Lankinen projected Slatsy, but it just you can't do that. In fact, I can't guarantee, but what happened when you play goalies back to back, there's a much higher percentage of a possible lower body injury. And what happens if they lose Lankinen too? With Thatcher Demko being a China doll. Sammy says it'll be Lankinen for sure, meaning they haven't called up Shilovs. So if Lankinen goes back to back, I often find goaltenders are better on the second half of back to back, but we'll have to see, if that comes to fruition. All right, there we go. Thank you, Big Fat Paulie. Let's get into college basketball. All 16 games are going to be broken down here on the show. Yesterday, 5-3, should have been 7-1, losing Cal Poly +8 in overtime. When you have that defeatist mental attitude, bad things happen. Now, I'm not saying that you should be, cups half full all the time and all, but I went in there, I was like, oh, this is where I'm going to lose the +8. And of course, they lose by 9. I shouldn't have been so negative about that spot. And Cal Poly +8 was a loser. Memphis -3 was a smash and grab. Florida International losing by a half point was bothersome. Minnesota was a mistake, thinking that the situation was so good, that they would be able to beat a team that's better than them. Indiana was beautiful work by the chat, beautiful work by Morgan Spooner. These notes that the chat comes up with that I copy and paste, they pay dividends. Kansas City -4 was an absolute smash grab, too easy. UTEP -2.5 was too easy. Washington +6 felt good. I wouldn't say it was too easy. Never comfortable fading the Terps. And Saturated says, here's a note for you. ILL. INI. The Illini looked phenomenal last night. So I'm sure that made you very happy, Saturated, my man. Steve G, thank you. I won't really feel very good. I can sleep at night, but I couldn't when I was falling apart in NHL. So we're on the right track. Let's get into college basketball. This opportunity is so incredible for us. We get a professional capper, a capper who excels in college sports. And does the pro capper want to talk 16 games, every game on the card with us? It's very, very difficult with these small schools. We get to have the capper on, we listen, we break it down, and we make money off of it. And then we have the cappers in the chat giving us added info. This is the perfect storm to make money. And I've only made 47 bets in NCAA basketball, but hitting at 57.4%, ROI plus 10.43%. That's what we're looking for. And I should have been 7-1 yesterday. 5-3 is fine. Please welcome from Las Vegas, Nevada. It's too bad because like 2 weeks ago, I went and put on CNC Music Factory because I wanted to have the perfect intro for them. And it's a tricky one, CNC Music Factory, because it's going to make you sweat. It's the song. So I've got to work on it still. So for next week, I'll have the perfect intro for CMC Music Factory because our friend Razor Sharp Picks has the perfect intro for our next guest in its best. He crushes it. I can't do it justice. So I promise next week with our guy on the show, I'm going to have the perfect intro for him. But for now, please welcome from Las Vegas, Nevada, our guy, Mr. Conor Mac. C-Mac, how are you?
Jamie, what's going on, my man? How are we?
I'm great. Happy New Year, my friend. I did go over the song like 2 weeks ago, and I'm realizing right now I meant to do it again so I could have it prepped. So no, next Friday your CMC Music Factory intro is going to be in business. C-Mac, how are you, my man? How's your New Year started?
I'm good. I can't complain. College basketball's been pretty good. NHL's been excellent. So I mean, I have a lot less NBA. I will be doing more NBA. I've done it the last few years. I'm just a little bit slower until like January, February. Football ends. It just makes it easier for me, especially when we have college basketball, hockey, all these bowl games. So,
yeah, I get it. I've dropped my NBA action too, just because I'm only doing betting with a bag 2 days a week, and I'd prefer to use the wisdom of the experts we have on the show and the experts in the chat. So I've been look, I've only made 47 bets in college basketball, 27-20. I've only made 51 in NBA, 29-22. But when I look at the ROI, I just think just keep doing what you're doing. Volume is not important. Winning is important. Let's get to work, my friend. Let me get this over to college basketball. We have 16 games. We're going to be talking about each and every one. And it's imperative that I made sure that CMAC knew that, we need your info. We're not expecting you to have actual bets on a quantity of action. So I made that important. We need the info. So let's get to work. We start with 3 p.m. afternoon action. Another thing that I've done this year is I've not forced the afternoon action because I want it. I want to have a bet on a game at 3 p.m. It makes my day much more enjoyable. But I've not been forcing that. Let's talk about these Fairfield Stags on the road here in the throes of a 4-game losing streak. So one thing that worked for me yesterday, CMAC, and it worked really well, and I wish I could have gone through all 80 of them, was backing the team that had played a game after Christmas. Mm-hmm. These teams that haven't played, we have the Merrimack Warriors here, who are the better team, and we know that. They haven't played since the 19th of December. Now, look, they looked so good at Stanford, at St. Mary's, covered both very easily. But I wonder if this long of a layoff will hurt them. Merrimack, of course, on top of the Metro Atlantic. Fairfield had a game. Now, you could say, look how bad they played. Sure, losing to Columbia. This isn't, the Columbia Lions from a few years ago. This Columbia Lions team looks strong. 8-0 at home. Columbia was 9.5-point favorites, and they won by 13. Fairfield played a pretty good game. They just got outboarded badly. This is a pretty fascinating situation here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and then hand it over to CMAC. We have a Fairfield at +9 right now. It's come up from 7.5. We've had a 1.5 move towards Fairfield. At the 9, it moved to 9 with Merrimack juiced about 40 minutes ago. And then 19 minutes later, there was a 9-cent move to Fairfield at +9. Again, this angle worked so well for me, but if it doesn't all correlate, like the line's either stuck or moving towards the team I want to bet, I'm hesitant to move on it. This total is at 139. There's been a 4-cent move towards the over. This is a Fairfield or pass just situationally for me, but you can tell here that the sharps are all over Merrimack in this move towards them. 44% of the tickets, 81% of the cash on Merrimack. And then this total is a complete coin flip. That's why it's not moving. 48% tickets, 49% cash on the over. Morgan Spooner says Merrimack's first year in the MAC as well. Skunt Blaster says Merrimack rolls, but not laying 8.5, staying off. Not enough value to back. If this was 5.5, he would be interested. We got Dabby Cab in the house. Morgan saying Merrimack first home game in MAC action. Fairfield won 24 games last year and have a veteran coach. No team is a 9-point favorite in the MAC. Merrimack lacks athleticism and size to open it up. So Morgan Spooner is on Fairfield +9. Interesting. Take it away for us here, CMAC, our first game on the card. This is what I'm most excited about here, going through these 16 games. I find this college basketball so much fun to cap. Take it away, Stags Warriors in North Andover, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I doubt there'll be a ton of people at this game. And a lot of these games we'll get to, the kids just aren't back to school yet, so gym's a lot quieter. I think they're usually back. I mean, another week even. They start coming. It all depends too on the school if you go through them all. The difference. Right when I look at this game, I went to the total. I thought the number's too big. There's no way with Merrimack. Better team a little bit, but I don't think they should be laying these points. Fairfield also, we get to this to talk about it a ton with these small schools, especially now with the Fridays. Pretty good at home, and these teams are bad on the road, and that's what Fairfield is here in all their losses. 7 points, they lost by 14 at Monmouth. Then you talked about the Columbia, that last game, the loss with them, they lost by 13. So they just haven't been good enough too. They haven't been good shooting the ball at all. Pretty bad free throws shooting team. They don't shoot it. They're not good from the inside. They're not good from deep. I think they only shoot 30%. I had up here on there. So they don't have Merrimack a little bit better. What I looked at is here, this has moved up a little bit. I want this total here, this early start. Both these teams are super slow. Of course, I love Merrimack and their their unders. Both these teams have gone over, though, Jimmy, a little bit this year, 7-5 and 7-6. But a lot of these totals with Merrimack, way lower. These totals are all in the 130s, 128. Obviously, their last game. What were we on here 2 Fridays ago against Boston? Remember that game? 64-61. Super tight. That even stayed just under that number. Now this has moved up a little bit. I'm going to wait here a little bit. I like the Fairfield team total under in this spot, because one thing that's been a problem for Fairfield, especially when they've gone on the road, is the defense. This team's been the shits. They have one of the worst defenses in a lot of categories. They've just been awful. Field goal percentage, inside attempts, they're all right around in like the 350 range. So there should be easy buckets. So I was looking to this under in this game. I kind of like that these teams have played a little bit to the over. We get a bigger number, and then it makes me single Fairfield here with their team total under. And it's 65. I think it's 65.5, but I'm just going to wait here a little bit because this has moved up a little bit.
Yeah, let me just see what I can get for the. I needed to get this up anyway, so let me just see what I can get you for the best. Even though we're going to wait and see if it climbs.
I've seen a few 140s already.
Let's see. Oh yeah. This is right now at one. If you wanted at 140, it's juiced to the under here on the sharp offshore, but I get it. The Fairfield team total here is 65.5. 65.5.
Yeah.
Now it is juiced to the under, but and not flush looking at that as well. So his is not juiced to the under. Morgan Spooner says Merrimack was down 7.5 to the worst team in the MAC, 0-13, Canisius. But then we just saw what they did in California. Look, if this was closer, this doesn't correlate properly to me. But again, I would only be looking, at Fairfield just because we haven't had the start for post-holiday start for Merrimack. And they looked so good on that road trip.
Yeah, they used to look so good on that break before it against Stanford and St. Mary's.
So I'm just going to have a possible CMAC Fairfield team total under. Let's roll on. We've already heard from Kent Davies, amongst others, their love or their belief in the Zips today. We go from the Metro Atlantic back over to the MAC. We have Akron Zips at the Bowling Green Falcons. We're in Bowling Green, Ohio for this one. Let's get into the line history here. We'll start with the total. This total is at 157.5. This has climbed up from 153.5. It's just skyrocketed up. Now, this line did come out at 6:48 p.m. Last night, so it's had some time, but it's just skyrocketed up. From a spread perspective, Akron -6 at -118. They opened -6.5, and then it dropped to 5.5. So it's come back a half point to 6. I can understand the sentiment, of them playing a tough game, losing at Princeton, and then bouncing back here. We have 78% of tickets and 79% of cash on the under. Now, we're only talking about 2,302 tickets. We had 5,000 tickets already in for Fairfield Merrimack. But we've seen this total skyrocket, and yet the tickets are on the under. Got to make gamblers who are on the under very, very uncomfortable. You have 61% of tickets and 79% of the cash on Bowling Green. Well, that is now it's becoming more appealing. Robert Franklin looking at the under 157. Barry Smith looking at Akron as well. Now we're talking. I kind of like that market point. Oh, the Bowling Green hasn't played since they got destroyed by the Tommies. That they haven't played a real competition. They played a Div 3 school on the 23rd of December, but on the 21st they got destroyed by the Tommies. They went into Kansas City a week before that and lost to Kansas City. We saw last night what Kansas City can do at home. Akron's lost 3 of 4 here. That loss to Princeton was not a bad one. 5.5 point dogs. Dalen Davis hits the game-winning 3 with 1.6 seconds left. Take it away for us here, C-Mac. Akron, Bowling Green.
Yeah, this is a game I have to stay away from here. I think the other way here. I don't want Akron here. One of the big concerns is Andrew G. Shout out to the chat, everyone in here. They're 0-3 on the road. Now, the road teams that they played were a lot better, than Bowling Green. Here, Jimmy, is like Arkansas State, St. Mary's, where they lost by 21, and then just that last game against Princeton. Bowling Green off the long break here, like you talked about, played a nobody on the 23rd. So they've had a long break. They've been tough, though. They haven't been great at home. I mean, this is a spot I'd kind of look to take them, but already to start this year, I saw them get blown out in a couple of these games at home already. I think they lost to Weber. Another one was New Mexico State. They just haven't been very good, especially as we see on the defense. I thought this number was a little bit high, the total. Wasn't enough for me to move on. I mean, both these teams, at times can get hot. And Bowling Green, one thing, this is where I want them. If they could get fouls and get to the rim, this team's good from the free throw line. This team shoots 80%. So that's another thing. I think if they could get there, and they're a decent team from deep, I think they could hang around. While Akron is better, there's just no way I'm going to lay that number. We've seen it. I want to talk about the nobody being in the stands. It's been this week. I mean, look at yesterday, like Minnesota, that dog, just like wait a week or two, it's going to be raucous there, where it's just dead a little bit right now. And you got to think of that. And home teams, dogs, where I've looked at even in the past few days, Princeton or Providence got blown out. There's a few other teams, certain situations that just did not work out. But I'd be on Bowling Green or nothing here.
So
I can understand that the number is probably a little too high. Bowling Green hasn't played since the 23rd. Haven't played Div 1 since the 21st. Akron coming off that heartbreaker to Princeton seem ready to go. What do you think of the first half for Akron? The public sees this as too big of a number. The fouls will probably play a bigger role. The foul shooting, at the end of the first half, but mainly at the end of the game. What do you think of this angry Zip squad here with a game under their belt to cover the three with regular VIG? When I'm looking at like this offshore has that at minus 115. Like I can get the minus 110 and a bunch of books on the minus 3 for Akron. I'm a little surprised that Akron isn't the public spot here because of how good they looked against Princeton. And I'm nervous, especially yesterday. If you saw the teams with much better records that were on the road against the team with a losing record at home, they fared poorly yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
Morgan Spooner says Bowling Green started classes yesterday. Kids are back. Dabby Cab, Michigan State first half, copied and pasted there. So what do you think of Akron first half, or do you just want nothing to do with them?
I don't want anything to do. I don't trust them. I just don't trust this team.
And I mean, like, were you impressed by the performance against Princeton, or do you feel like that was sort of an outlier situation?
I don't know. Princeton is a little bit down. I don't take much from it, and I think they've looked really good on the road. I mean, you want them to step up when they haven't proved anything on the road yet? I mean, that's on you. I think you're just when you haven't seen enough. If you're like betting these teams regularly and watching them, if you'd want your money on them.
Interesting. We have had to move slightly towards Bowling Green here. Again, Bowling Green, 61% of tickets, 79% of the cash on them for the full game. And Nibbler on Akron minus 5.5. Says there is a Buc-ee's in Akron. We're looking forward to go back to Buc-ee's in Texas, but I cannot wear the Buc-ee's shirt ever again, as it is a racist term towards the Vietnamese, something I did not know until I was wearing it. Let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Respect play of the day here. Our guy, Res Mob, in the house. Res Mob off this great trip. He's on the under 153 at minus 108. He says the last 6 games between these two teams have all gone under 144. Yes, Christopher Comentini, I did not know it either. I did not know that either. And I let Higgsy know, who bought me the shirt, that he's a terrible person. No, I'm joking. I just let him know. Okay, here we go. Temple Owls at home. Both Wichita State and Temple opening up their American accounts here. Let's take a look at the situation and the lines and then hand it over to our guy, C-Mac. So first off, we have Temple as a very slight favorite, minus 1.5. See a lot of ones on the board. This is where it opened. It opened minus 1.5. So there's been no movement. This opened up at 6:48 p.m. yesterday. So there's been no movement. Let's get to the total here for this one. We've heard Res Mob moving on the under. This total is at 155.5. It is juiced to the under. And this has come up from 153. Wow. So we've come up from 153, a 2.5 point move. It's probably more of a 2-point move because it is minus 116 to the under, but 2.5 point move listed. Let's get to the cash flow here for game 3 of the 16 game slate. We have 44% of tickets and 74% of the cash on Tempo, but this line's not moving. You have 83% of tickets and 84% cash on the under, and yet this total is climbing. Wichita State did beat Kansas State with authority before the break. Now, they were coming off bad double-digit losses at DePaul and then at home against Kansas City. And so they smashed and grabbed Kansas State 84-65. And then they did get a warm-up game in. Now, that warm-up game was against Friends University. Friends University. Jesus. Friends University. That sounds fake. Don't want your kid to come home with a scholarship to Friends University. Then we have Temple bouncing back from that 6-point loss at home to Rhode Island by beating up on the lowly Buffalo Bulls on the 29th, 91-71. Now, they were 14.5-point favorites. They did what they had to do, shut down this weak Buffalo Bulls squad. So both teams have had the warm-up games, and Temple's playing pretty good basketball, except other than that home loss to Rhode Island. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Wichita State, Temple Owls.
Yeah, this should be a good game. Two teams that have just been pretty good, but a little bit inconsistent. Like you're hitting on. They lost, all right, UMKC, and they have the big win. Then we just saw K-State, have a big win. I mean, that's going to happen in college basketball. I think this total is a little bit high. One thing with Wichita, they're playing at a lot faster pace. It started a little bit last year, where this was a team I looked to take unders a lot. They've been going over a little bit more, and so's Temple, even though Wichita's only 4-7. But numbers like this, are a little bit head scratching. Temple's offense has been excellent. Of course, they have Mashburn. That's really, really good. So if they shoot the ball, I think they're a little bit the team I want here is a Temple, but I don't have enough to want to back them at all. So this is a pass for me.
Yeah, I don't find it appealing either. Barry Smith giving up 79-76 Temple. The Juice saying, give me the Owls. It feels like this is going to be a sweat. Regardless of what side you're on. I don't feel like there's a slam dunk spot, but I would, I would want to fade Wichita State after that win over Kansas State, but I don't.
Me too. I'd want, if I had a free bet, I'd take Temple here, but I don't. I would love it,
Yeah, and the market's not showing that there's any concern with the bigger bets coming in on Temple. It doesn't correlate here. I will put a question mark beside Temple here. Let's roll on. We got a big one. Head over to the Big Ten. The Iowa Hawkeyes 10-3, 1-1 in the Big Ten at the Wisconsin Badgers 10-3, but 0-2 in the Big Ten, which makes this game at the Kohl Center in Madison, Wisconsin, very, very important for the Badgers. You can't start 0-3 in Big Ten play. Lost at home to Michigan, at Marquette, and then lost at Illinois. Obviously Marquette not a divisional, not a conference game, but Michigan and Illinois. And then they win at home over Butler, and then they play Detroit Mercy at home. So they haven't played since December 22nd. And Iowa got that game against New Hampshire. New Hampshire is terrible, but it was just a nice game to warm up. And they were up 62-33 at the half. I mean, they took it seriously. 32.5-point favorites, almost covered that in the first half alone. So it was a nice warm up against New Hampshire for Iowa, which is sort of what I'm looking for here. But this feels like Wisconsin is sort of a caged lion here with 0-2 start to the Big Ten. I can't even think of a bigger game for the Badgers here. You can't start 0-3. This total opened up at 162. It's now 163. And on the spread here, we have Wisconsin minus 6.5 at minus 109. Opened up at 5.5. So we've had a 1-point move towards the Badgers. And when we get into the cash flow for this one, we have 86% of tickets and 91% of the cash on Wisconsin. Huge public spot. 94% tickets, 94% cash on the under, and it went up a point. Take it away for us here. Big Ten action, Hawkeyes, Badgers.
I think this is a pretty good spot here for Wisconsin. I mean, they need a win right here, Jamie. I mean, this seems like kind of the spot to do it. One thing with Iowa, though, they could linger around. Like when I look at this game, I look at Wisconsin first half a little bit because Iowa they shoot a ton of threes, pretty good. And that could keep them in the game, 38%. And they're not, like I said, not a team that doesn't shoot. They shoot a good amount of them. And they've been solid. So that could keep this. But this is a classic at home. Big Ten, it's been good. But it's the number, the 6.5 7. Wisconsin, we talk about it a lot. It's like, over the years, Villanova, this team again is up there, free throw shooting team. So I always like to see that they can at least make free throws. Number 1 in the country, 85%. This team shooting free throws. They had that great start where they had wins that I didn't think. I was kind of shocked because obviously some of the players that they lost, and then they kind of went on that stretch. The Illinois, Marquette, Michigan, they lost 3 straight. But man, I like Wisconsin here a little bit first half.
Do you feel like they're going to be able to handle the pressure? This is a pretty pressure-filled game all of a sudden. Do you trust that they're going to be able to? Because my first thought was, yeah, you do. You think they're fine handling.
I mean, they're at home. This is where you want them. And Iowa, for the most part, they've had some success though. In this rivalry. Usually the home team's been pretty good, but Iowa's gone there in the past on a road game and hung around. They've even won or two. I mean, that's just the last 4 or 5 years that you're looking at. But I think it's Wisconsin. Iowa's defense is still flawed, and they want to get up and down. This total is really, really high. Wisconsin, how about this team? Is it going to finally slow down maybe in conference play? But these big teams have been playing at a high pace, whether we saw last night, the Illinois game with Oregon. It was a crazy high total. It was a ton of points. This isn't the Wisconsin of old. They're going up and down. They're 10-3 to the over. So maybe even their team total. But I was leaning them early here in this game.
Huh. I was only played that one road game.
Yes.
Games, and they look great in that road game, but I mean, it's just a one. It's not enough sample size there. That was against Michigan. I think there were 9.5 point dogs.
9.5 point dogs, yeah. They lost by 2.
Yeah, they played well, down 3 at the half. So you don't, again.
And they've been good on the neutrals, too. That's why, and that's why it's just the classic spot. And I was on those, who they played? Utah. They played somebody else on a neutral that was tight, or they won. Here we go. They lost to Utah State by 8, and then they beat Washington State by 10. So they've been all right.
Okay, so that will obviously probably keep me off of moving on Iowa first half. Let's go with so you have a lean here towards whiskey first half. I'll keep that in my notes. All right. Let's roll. Next up for us, we have 7 p.m. Eastern action, and we head over to the NEC. And we've already heard from our guy, and now we have a heads-up match between Morgan Spooner and Skunt Blaster. Morgan Spooner is on Stonehill -2. The Skunt Blaster is on Mercyhurst moneyline. So let's roll here. I'd stay focused and not read the chat. We're at Mercyhurst Athletic Center in Erie, Pennsylvania for Skyhawks, Mercyhurst Lakers, both of them opening up their NEC accounts. Let's get into the line history here and the cash flow. From a line history standpoint, we have Mercyhurst at +2 at -107. They opened up at +2 at -110. We've had a 3-cent move towards Stonehill. When we get to the total here in this one, we have a 134 at a pick'em. It has not moved. Now, it didn't come out until 8:08 this morning, so we may not get much cash flow information. What we're getting is 52% of the tickets and 91% of the cash is on Stonehill. We're also talking about 757 tickets, so a very little sample size. We have 61% of the tickets, 61% cash on the under. So we have Stonehill coming in off back-to-back wins They won at home over New Hampshire, and then they win 70-65 over Lafayette Leopards. They were 4.5-point dogs, and they took care of business. We have Mercyhurst in the throes of a 3-game losing streak. They played Kent State. We know Kent State can be tough. Then they played Binghamton, lost by 2. And then they went to West Virginia, which is a very tough spot, losing 67-46 as 31.5-point dogs. So they covered pretty comfortably. Speaking of big dogs covering comfortably, it wasn't that comfortable, but shout out to our guy, Matty Ice, whose taint play of the day was Portland, first half plus 20.5. Take it away for us here, C-Mac. Stonehill, Skyhawks, Mercyhurst, Lakers in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this should be, I think, a dog. I think the line here is spot on. Stonehill a little bit better at 2.5. But I don't want to lay 2.5 with this team. A little bit better, of course, offensively. Mercyhurst, this team struggles to score, and they're slow. 360. They want to go super, super slow. That leads me to the under. I mean, this team hasn't broke 60 before the break. Now, they haven't played since the 22nd here, so a long break for them makes me even think more they'll be cold in this game. But I thought the total was about there. I like this under a little bit. I didn't dig into this one crazy, but that's where I'd be. Mercyhurst, very good under team for me, and especially their team total. I've used it a few times, whether it was last year. I think I've only used it once or twice this year. But when a team can't break 60, it's tough for them to even take them. But they are back at home. I think they could really muck this and keep it tight, though. I'm off.
Morgan Spooner saying Stonehill's more athletic at every position. Mercyhurst is really a D2 school with a couple transfers. They will play 11 guys versus 7 D1 athletes for Stonehill. Morgan Spooner says Stonehill has a few sharp shooters from deep. Mercyhurst zone won't match well versus a better rebounding team. Johnny Gunn says, where do you guys find pace and possessions for college basketball? C-Mac, where do you get the information? And you don't need to drop it.
You can find them wherever. Just NCAA .com. What are some other ones? Team Rankings. Team Rankings is a good one. Yeah, that's what I use for that. For stuff like that, rebounding, free throws, pace, all that.
Yeah, it's just simple. It's pretty simple over at Team Rankings. They set it up pretty simple. Let's roll on. Next up for us, NEC. I don't at this point. I want the market to materialize a little bit. Also, having Morgan on one side and Scott on the other, it doesn't. I don't find that too appealing. Public on Stonehill. Let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern with Lemoyne Dolphins, 5-10, opening up their NEC account. Long Island University Sharks, Steinberg Wellness Center, Brooklyn for this one. Let's talk about Lemoyne first here. Lemoyne on a 2-game losing streak. They lost 91-62 at Notre Dame. That came on the heels off of a win versus Dartmouth, who didn't unionize, by the way. Surprise. They coming off an 88-69 loss at Niagara. It was an ugly loss. Niagara was 4.5-point favorites. Lemoyne was turned the ball over 19 times. Just looked absolutely terrible in that game. But it was that warm-up game. Teams can be sloppy coming out of the holidays, and here we have a Long Island Sharks team that hasn't played since losing to Lehigh Valley by a point here. They've been playing close games. They've had some tough opponents. They went into Missouri and lost 88-61. That game against Lehigh Mountain, they were 5.5-point home dogs, and they took care of business here. But Lemoyne, coming off a real ugly performance, probably needed it. The juice says, give me Lemoyne +3 at the neutral site here. I mean, is this not where Long Island plays? I thought this is where they always play.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah,
I don't have a neutral. Do you?
It's not a neutral site here. Okay, let's get into the line history here. We have Lemoyne opening up at plus 2.5, which is where they are now. They've taken a 1 cent of action, 1 cent of action. From a total standpoint here, and this always burns me. What I'm thinking in my head is when taking a first half instead of a full game, because I feel like there's an angle in play that 19 turnovers in that first game. I think they'll play sharp early. This total's gone from 143.5 to 145, a 1.5 point move there. And then cash flow here we have. Sorry, let me find these dollars. We have 46% of tickets, 51% of cash on Long Island. So it's just now again we have 631 tickets in. So this might be another spot you might want to let marinate for a bit. 66% tickets, 67% cash on the under, and yet it's climbing. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Dolphins, Sharks, and Brooklyn.
Man, this one is pretty ugly. It's tough to trust either of these two teams right here in this one. For the most part, I can't even lay 2. But when they play a game where they're at home, close to home, these teams have been a little bit better. One thing, though, with the Sharks, they haven't played since December 21st. Lemoyne off the bad game. Like you talked about, the turnovers, didn't shoot it well. And both these teams, when you look at it, they're just like awful turnovers, rebounding. They're at the bottom of the barrel in this one. Like if you have 3 or 4, I think Lemoyne might be the play. I think they could hang around. How could you even lay a few points at all with them? So I'd lean with Lemoyne here.
Well,
this is a difficult game for me to even look at.
I'm gonna move on this. Yeah, I'm gonna move on Lemoyne first half. I do want to take it's just been too long. I can't understand how they won't come out a little sloppy, just like Lemoyne did in that last game. They're coming off a strong performance against Lehigh Valley. They probably feel good about themselves. Even against Lehigh Valley, they turned the ball over 17 times and shot 23% from 3. What am I afraid of? The angle that I'm using here is that we have, a team in Lemoyne who looked terrible coming out of the break. Looked awful. And it was a road game, and they have another road game. I don't see how they wouldn't be sharper here. Did you saying this game is at Barclays? So he's saying that ESPN has this wrong. Is it Barclays? Are you serious? So ESPN has it wrong. Can we get? Can anybody else find this out? Could this game actually be at Barclays? Is it? Wow. Okay. Well, if it's at Barclays, that changes everything.
Yeah.
Where else could I look? Wow. The dude says telling stickers that it is at Barclays, says JPZ. Wow. So ESPN has this wrong. Well, that changes everything in this game, doesn't it?
Yeah, I see it too here. But on the site, all the sites, it has just the normal Steinberg,
Wow. That's wild here. Absolutely, absolutely wild. Thank you to Juice. And he says that's why he took Lemoyne.
See, then I see like SeatGeek, these sites just to pop on here, like it says at Steinberg, January 3rd, and everything that we're looking at, I don't know.
It's so messed up. Okay. Well. Okay. And then Robert Fernandez says it's Steinberg Wellness Center on covers. Wow. Okay. Obviously, and Morgan Spruce says it's at Barclays. What a mess. That's what happens when you deal with the NEC conference. Okay. Okay. Well, that's going to take me off of. I don't know what it's going to do. I've got to figure this out now. So let me just. Thank you to Juice for letting us know that it's wild. All right. Let's stay in New York. Head over to Staten Island. We have the Chicago State Cougars 0-15 at the Wagner Seahawks 8-5. Wow, the juice dope. Thank you, man. Very, very, very helpful. Very, very helpful. So thank you so much for that. Let's get into this one. Damn, I thought I'm close to action. And again, it really helps me writing down, copying, pasting, and then giving it a second look, after the show. Let's take a look at Chicago State Wagner here. The Cougars are just getting destroyed everywhere they go, and playing all these games on the road. Now, we've seen this help them when it comes to conference play. So is this now going to help them? They had a couple neutral site games. They played 2 home games, right? They played at home versus Youngstown State in Eastern Kentucky. The 2 neutral site games versus Radford and Drexel. Everything else has been on the road. They played on the 29th of December against Illinois. The Illini just destroyed them. And now they play Wagner. Wagner hasn't played a D1 competition since the 18th of December. 2 games against Div 3 schools. What Penn State Scranton was the last one. They won by 90. I just don't see how that helps them. But then is Chicago State Cougars a D1 school? I mean, do you consider them? They're playing so bad, but they're playing a tough schedule. We have a total of 125.5 minus 116. This has come up a point from 124.5. And on the spread here, we have Chicago State plus 9.5 at minus 117. This opened up at plus 10 and went to 10.5, and then it came back to 9.5. That 9.5 is juiced. It looks as if a 9 is coming. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 48% of the tickets, but just 25% of the cash on Chicago State. 77 and 77 on the over. Is this a spot where Chicago State can stay within 10 points here? Take it away.
I lean that way. I wish we had a little bit more here, Jimmy, than under 10 here at 9.5, because I think they can. Wagner a lot better, but see, they play to their competition, and this is a team they beat up on the nobodies. This is a team that I've only been on and not enough this year, because this is their unders. Want to play really slow, hold the ball the whole time, throw it around. They get their best shot. Like earlier in the year, Seton Hall had 28 points. And some of these games, they're like 41 against Georgetown. And then the games, like Manhattan, they had 66. That's one of the highest they had. It's just a team, any of these teams. So they're consistently, in the 50 mark. There's just if there's one team, I guess, you're going to lay points, would be Chicago State. But I can't do it. And this seems like with the total so low, but with Wagner, I couldn't do it. Maybe it does get over because it's a bad team. I mean, that there'll be a lot more points, but I can't do it. I can't take the over with them, not right now, at least.
And that is the Nunya business play of the day, the over 125.5. Shout out to our guy, Nunya. He's 1.5 clear in the Cappers contest going into the final week of the season. What an opportunity for him. 2,600 plus on the line for him.
Nice.
Yeah, what a job he's done. Nunya has been absolutely dominant, and I hope he goes down as our 3rd champion. Now, season 2 champion, Guillermo, 1.5 back. So it's going to be very, very fun. Very, very fun.
I think if you like this over real quick, you just take Wagner's team total. Like, you think they're going to get theirs. Their defense is that good and shut teams down. I mean, they can hold a team in the 40s, especially a team like Chicago State. I would just look that way.
Kelly McInnes has put the lipstick away, Jimmy, and I just can't do it. Wagner hasn't played a D1 school since December 18th. They come off of playing a cupcake of cupcakes and winning by 90. Chicago State just coming off playing Illinois. Why can't Chicago State stay in this for a half?
Yeah, I wish it was more. Look, they're playing a lot better competition, Jimmy, but they haven't been a single digit all year, have they? Chicago State?
Yeah, I would have to go through it. You know what?
At least their last 10, they haven't. 12. It's all been 20, 25, 15, 18, 14. And some of those big ones, these big numbers they've covered.
I like the situation here for them. Give me 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes of basketball. Chicago State first half. Now, I've got all the asterisks beside it. I do want to see the market kind of settle here. But at this point, and we'll go over all the, again, I'm not going to be. I would love to have a situation here where I feel like, I got it better right now. And those I have a high ROI on. But Jermaine says that Chicago State not pesky enough. Look, this is a chance for them. They know that, right? How few, you talk about like, when can you go to the arena with some hope? This is a chance.
Yeah. They haven't, the last time they even played someone, Drexel, that's kind of like a Wagner, I guess, that's around that competition.
And what happened? Because these are some ugly losses. Oh, yeah, Drexel was at a neutral site, though. They went to Wisconsin,
18.
only lost by 21.
I think I had to.
The
first half, too, with Matty Ice did. I've been doing that a lot, too. But catch a ton of points. It's worked out a ton for me this year.
They were down 36 after the first half against Illinois. I'm interested. I am interested. Wager Detective looking at the under 156.5. One more shout out to Nunya. Go get it, Nunya, my man. All right, let's roll on. We stay in the NEC for our next one. Central Connecticut Blue Devils 9-4 at St. Francis, Pennsylvania.
I'll be right back.
Flash. We had our guy. This is one of the schools we had our guy Troy Torrance starring at. Let's get into the line history and set this one up here. Let me move over here. And you know what? Kelly McInnes knows me well. I don't have a Chicago State Cougars jersey to put on, but that's a bum fight. It has my name written all over it. All right, let's roll. Central Connecticut Blue Devils, St. Francis of Pennsylvania, Red Flash. We have the Blue Devils have won 3 straight. Now, 2 straight against Div 1 competition, but they got in a warm-up game, which, God, I really, maybe I'm overvaluing the importance of it, but I do think that is important. St. Francis hasn't played since the 21st of December. They have not beaten a Div 1 opponent since November 26th at home against Lehigh Valley. They did beat Penn State Shenango, and they did beat the Franciscan University, but Div 1 opponents have been no dice for St. Francis. No game since the break. This angle was, and I went through, and I wish I could have gone for more, but was working yesterday. So let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have St. Francis 5.5 point dogs on the road. Opened up plus 5.5 minus 108. It's plus 5.5 minus 107. So we had no move there. From a total side of things here, we have a 137 juice to the under. This opened up at 137.5. It actually opened up 137.5, climbed up to 138.5 pretty quick, and then dropped down to 137. Let's get into the cash flow. Robert Franklin looking at the Blue Devils here. Let's get into the cash flow for this spot. We have, blew past it here. We have, good God, 97% of the tickets and 98% of the cash on Central Connecticut, and this line's not moving, not 1 cent. Wow. You know what? I cannot. Now, what am I going to say? That St. Francis has been practicing hard. What the hell do I know about what the hell they've been doing? I just, I don't see how this is appealing here. I wish they got a warm-up game in. They played Niagara much tougher, they only lose 69-66, but not beating a Division I opponent since November. So CMAC 97% tickets, 98% cash on Central Connecticut. The line's not moving. Your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, when I look at this, I want to take St. Francis here. I don't think nothing's a big difference between these two teams here, Jimmy. Central Connecticut has a little bit better defense. They've been better, of course. They've been better even against the number. When I look to them, too, they're a team that plays slow. I always try to grab their unders. Obviously, they played nobody, but I was on the Fairfield one. So I try to look in certain spots. And I think this one maybe, but I can't get there. But I don't think they should be laying the 6.5 on the road. Now you just gotta trust St. Francis here that the defense isn't as good, but they have some guys that can shoot it.
Yeah,
you know, like Parker's pretty good. He's probably their best player. Cranford, they got a few guys, and I think it's them or nothing here in this game.
You know, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right that Central Connecticut shouldn't be this big of a favorite on the road against a Div 1 school. But in that game against Robert Morris, St. Francis shot 57.1% from 3 and lost by 13 and didn't come close to covering. I mean, I don't know how you back a team like that. And my feeling is, well, you can't. So let's just move on. We head over back to New York City in the Metro Atlantic. We have the Marist Red Foxes 9-2, 2-0 in the Metro Atlantic at the Iona Gales 4-9, 1-1. New Rochelle, New York. We're at Heinz Athletic Center for this one. I'm starting to feel like the card is coming together. It takes some time. It takes some time for it to come together. It takes a lot of time and thought and angles, and we're doing it here. Marist is rolling. These Red Foxes look good. They've won 5 straight. They opened the year with that loss, 79-66 at Harvard. Since then, rolling. They've only lost 1 game since then at Lehigh Valley. They got that warm-up game in at home versus Binghamton. They smashed them by 18 as 6.5-point favorites. Just, you know, they're strong defensively. They beat them down. Marist only had 23 points in the first half. You know, won by 18, put up 46 in the second half. This Marist team is a good team. Maybe we'll have a chance to bet on them as the 16 seed here in Pubapalooza in San Antonio, man. God, I can't believe how soon it's coming. For the next 2 months, I won't go out. I'll just keep my head down. I'll work, do as much family stuff as I can, knowing that San Antonio, not far away. Southtown 101, man. Those chicken wings, good God, are they delicious. Iona has had their warm-up game too. They had their 2-game winning streak snapped. They lost to Harvard. They played horrific. They shot 34.3 from the field and 16.7 from 3 and lost as 4.5-point favorites. I mean, it was just a horrible, horrible game. Let's pull up the line history and the cash flow and see what's happening. First off, this total is at 133. Opened up 134, now 133, and it's juiced to the under. So the total is dropping. From a spread perspective here, we have Marist as 2.5-point dogs. They opened up as 1.5-point dogs, and within an hour, they became the favorites. And then it flipped back last night, a big move towards Iona. And now we see Iona minus 2.5 from that +1 they were at 8 p.m. last night. So a real legit move to Iona. And Iona has 8% of the tickets and 6% of the cash. Wow. I mean, this is just Kent Davies says Iona being favored here is some kind of Vegas Jedi mind trick. Morgan says the books don't have a good handle on Iona at home. I think this line should be -3 Marist. I'd be on Iona. This line stinks. God, this is a fun one. Take it away, C-Mac.
Yeah, I don't really get it. I think they're going off a team in Marist that, you know, hasn't been great for a long time. And Iona, at least the last few years, were pretty good. But if you look at everything this year, you know, Iona's been awful. They played better before the break. You know, they just lost to Harvard, another loss at home, 2-3. But they did get a couple wins finally, because I've been fading them multiple times this year. This is one of the worst shooting teams in the country. Is it going to get better? There's only way to go up, right? I mean, this team's like what a dead last field goal percentage. I think they don't even shoot 30% for three. I think they're 28 for 29. I mean, they've been dreadful. 29.4, 335. They don't shoot a ton of them, but only 5 a game that they make. And Bears has just been on a hot winning streak. How can you not? Look at them. A little bit better team defensively. Iona hasn't been great. They're a decent rebounding team, I guess. This is a tough one. Yeah, it just seems. Still, even with Iona, I couldn't lay 2.5 of them. You know what I mean? I just, I got to pass. Bears or nothing. But it is a little bit fishy, stinky.
It's so fishy. I mean, this is.
You got to trust Iona to have just to be better at shooting it. That's all. They've been that bad consistent though. Like it's not kind of been like a stretch for them. Better in those two. Like let's look at the 2 games that they won here. Jimmy won at home, one on the road. They shot 37 for 3, 42. They got a ton of free throws in that game. 24-35. And what did they get here at Colgate? On the road, they won that game. Better from inside, 49%. A little bit better for 3, 10, 16. And these are tough. This is tough.
I have to bet Iona.
Yeah, I know.
I have to.
I get it. I know.
I can't not do it. Here you have a Mariners team that's won 5 straight, just won by 18, going up against this Gales squad that just lost to lowly Harvard and played horribly. You have a team in Marist who seem to be able to travel fine. You have a 9-2 team going up against a 4-9 team, and the 4-9 team is favorite. I mean, 95% of the public is on Marist. How many tickets do we have in? Tell me there's more than 1,000. There's 3,000 tickets in, C-Mac. There's some sample size. We've been talking about games that have 700 tickets in. Wow. I have to. I'm going to be on the Iona Gales.
There's 2s. Now I think this was going to bite back a little bit. Never really got to 3.
Well, but JP's saying he saw 3.
Yeah, I see a 3. I mean, bet online, it's high juice. Yeah.
As I see the 2.5s with no vig, you can get.
Yeah, I meant on the other side. I mean, if you want the 3 with Marist, it's minus 1/3.
Kent Davies, yeah, I get why Ron would be on Marist. Everything point. This is this trickery. Now this could blow up in my face, obviously.
Well, a little bit is Jimmy. It's the ranking where you go like to Ken Palm Bartover, and even the books just having Iona thinking they're a lot better and kind of still hanging that on, even though they've been dreadful. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I think they're hanging on to that a little bit. It's starting to fade because they've just been that bad. But that's what they've been kind of looking at when they go everything with the computer that starts the year. You know what I mean? And we're only halfway through.
The market has not corrected themselves with how bad Iona.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know how much this team gets better. That's what I mean. From everything that I've seen, like I said, there's only up from how bad they've been. They've been bad.
Well, let's see. So they beat St. Peter's at home. I mean, they played 3 games in the last 30 days. They beat St. Peter's at home as 1.5-point favorites. They didn't shoot the ball very well there. They turned the ball. They played bad basketball, won by 9. Covered comfortably. Okay. I think this is a. And then let's see against Colgate at Colgate. Get an idea here. They win 79-73 on the road. It's 3.5-point dogs. That game, they shoot the ball well. And Colgate shot the ball well, but was just terrible, turning the ball over. BJ in the house. We have a best bet Houston Rockets money line. It's going to be so much fun having LJ back in business with us here. Rockets money line. Celtics-Rockets. That's a fascinating look. Thank you for sharing that with us. Then we have Robert Franklin coming in with Nevada, New Mexico under 150.5. For me, C-Mag, getting the opportunity to go through all of these games, and it's hard, but getting the opportunity to go through all of these games, it makes my night. I cannot wait for this action. Okay, let's roll into the next spot on the board. We are staying in the Metro Atlantic. We have the Manhattan Jaspers. Manhattan Jaspers 6-5, 1-1. The Metro Atlantic and Siena Saint 6-7, also 1-1. Albany, New York for this one. So let's roll here. Oh, sorry, let me set that up. Here we go. Okay, so from a line scenario, we have. Oh man, sorry. It shouldn't be hard. There's not that many games. I don't know what the hell's. Maybe Albany's not here. Am I tripping? Oh no, it's because I'm looking for Albany. What the hell's wrong with me? Okay, here we go. Manhattan, Siena. We have Manhattan at plus 3.5 at minus 111. Opened up at plus 3.5 at minus 108. So we've had 3 cents of movement towards the Jaspers. From a total side of things, we have a 140.5 juice to the under. This has been dropping like a stone. This was 142.5 at a pick'em not quite a pick'em, at 11:30 last night. Okay, so at 8:02 this morning, it was moving to 142.5. Now we're at 140.5 juice to the under. So a big move to the under. No move though on the spread. 91% of the tickets and 88% of cash is on Manhattan, and this line's not moving. 77% of tickets, 78% cash on the under. That line is moving very, very quickly towards that under. Let's take a look at this public back Jasper squad. They've won 2 straight. They haven't played since December 21st. So, they beat Wagner by 14, beat Presbyterian in overtime by 6. But Siena got that game in. They went to Cornell. They won 83-77. They were 12.5-point dogs, and I guess that is the problem. Can you back Siena after shocking everybody and beating the Big Red? And I guess that's the problem with it all not correlating. And the answer probably is no. You can't, I guess. Take it away for us here, CMAC Jasper Saints in Albany.
Yeah, they can't back them here. I think these are just a little bit problems that you'll make when you cap. You go like I love them against Cornell. They covered. They went out right. Now they're back at home, laying this number. I don't think they cover. I'm leaving Manhattan here big. I hate the layoff though.
Yeah,
they've been one thing with Manhattan. I've had them a few times. They've been solid on the road, which I always look for when there's a number like this, because I think it's close. I think there'll be a lot of love for Siena. It seems like every time after they were catching points, they start laying points. Even like this, 3.5, 4, they're not going to cover. It's happened at home a couple of times this year. Weren't they laying to Holy Cross here on the 20th? Yeah, they lost by 8. They were 4.5-point favorites. Well, I like Siena. I think they're all right, but I think Manhattan's a little bit better here. And it should be a close game. Man, I wish I was great. I wish this was a few more, but I'm leaning heavy here to this 3.5.
CMAC lean towards Manhattan. Let's roll on. Next up, we have more Metro Atlantic action. Head to the Yanatelli Center, Jersey City. Quinnipiac Bobcats 6-7, but 2-0 in the Metro Atlantic. At the St. Peter's Peacocks 5-5, 0-2 in the Metro Atlantic. Shout out to our guy Emilio Zertucci. Emilio will be rocking with us in San Antonio. He had St. Peter's money line 2 years ago at 10-1. That was beautiful in the tourney. We have a Quinnipiac, both teams snapping 2-game losing streaks, but the win for St. Peter's at home over Delaware was back on the 20th of December. Quinnipiac got to get a warm-up spot in. They looked good. Took out Hofstra. They were 1.5-point dogs. Now, they needed overtime to do it. They shot 29% from the field and 21.4% from 3. I mean, just a horrific shooting performance, and yet they get the job done. By the way, Morgan Spooner saying Siena's conference opener and a regional rival. McNamara will want to show out. He's in a tryout year for the Syracuse head coach position. Wow, interesting. Nutflush Allen, he was there when I challenged Emilio. Said if they won the title, I would get the peacock tatted on my back with the peacock winking. Name the peacock Emilio. Thank God it didn't happen. Let's set this one up here. Quinnipiac with the overtime victory that should sharpen them up here for this spot. We have this total at 139. 139 has come up from 138. We have a 1-point move towards the over. And then on the spread, we have Quinnipiac plus 2.5 at minus 111. They opened up at plus 3. They're now at plus 2.5. We have 81% of the tickets and 80% of the cash on Quinnipiac. Is there a big enough move towards Quinnipiac, a half-point move? I don't know. Let's hear what CMAC has to say. Take it away. We're in Jersey City for the Peacocks and Bobcats.
Yeah, that was a pretty good win that they just had on the 29th versus Hofstra. And didn't you just hit on it? They were decent. Wow. Oh, that was Hofstra, 17% from the line. I was like, wow. 25 and 34. I do like St. Peter's here a little bit. I don't want to lay points with this team really at all. They've been on the long break too, which I don't like. They're just 2-1 at home, and they already lost. See, that was that game December 6th. They're at home here laying 9 to Manhattan. I mean, that's just nuts. And that was all over Manhattan there. If there just wasn't this long break, I think St. Peter's is to play here. This team, of course, I love their defense. They're better defensively. And one thing that I don't know if it's going to continue is the shooting with St. Peter's. Because this team's, that's just not their MO. They have been good the last few years. They want to play defense. They want to slow down the game, play in the half court. So far this year, they've been pretty good, even from the free throw line. I mean, they're like at least 70%, which is a lot better for them. 37 for 3. So I think it's St. Peter's or nothing for me here. I lean that way. I haven't bet it though.
I can't get there. You have a team that was shooting 45% from 3 in their last game. That last game was December 20th.
It's so long ago. That's what I mean. I can't. But it's a bucket. That's why I lean that way, because I wouldn't lay anything more than that with this basketball team. In this conference, it just doesn't work. You know what I mean?
It's the same when we start that Whiskey was in too, where they're 0-2 in the Metro Atlantic. You can't start 0-3. You can't lose this home game. It just doesn't correlate properly, but I'm going to have CMAX lean here towards St. Peter so we can wait for the market to kind of, marinate or whatever it is. All right, let's roll on. We go to a big one. The number 18th ranked Michigan State Spartans, 11-2, 2-0 in the Big Ten at the Ohio State Buckeyes, 9-4, 1-1 in the Big Ten. We're in Columbus, Ohio for this one. Let's set up the line history here. We have Michigan State plus 2.5 at minus 103. They opened up at plus 2. We have a half-point move towards the Buckeyes, not to be confused with Buckies. We have this total at 149.5 minus 116 to the under. Opened up at 148.5, now at 149.5. I hate when I get these tangents, but you know what happened to us the first time we were at Bucky's? We walked out and a car was just driving towards us. Some booze bag drove up on the curb and was just driving, and then parked his car right in front of the entrance and stumbled out and walked in. That was my first. And when he was coming in, he was only driving at it like 6 kilometers an hour. So it's like, oh God, it was. I shouldn't laugh at that.
No, I know.
I'm sure somebody.
Go Jigga Drive.
I didn't call him, but I'm sure someone did. So we have the 1-point move to the over. Let's get into the cash flow here for a big one. We have 52% of the tickets, 70% of the cash on Ohio State. On the money line, 77% of the tickets and 85% of cash on Ohio State. And then 85% of tickets and 84% of cash on the over. And we have Michigan State winning basketball games. So Ohio State's won 3 straight. They got destroyed and embarrassed against Auburn, 91-53, and they came back, beat Valparaiso, beat Kentucky, beat Indiana State, all by a margin. And then we have Michigan State on the throes of this real legitimate 6-game winning streak that included beating North Carolina on a neutral in overtime. So they're coming off the win on Monday against Western Michigan, 80-62. They were 27.5-point favorites. They don't cover, but they got the job done, up 13 at the break, and then kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit. Then we have these Buckeyes, as I said, 3 straight wins by margin since the debacle at home versus Auburn, coming off the 103-83 victory versus Indiana State. And they shot 55.7 from the field, just 35 from 3, but they turned the ball over just 6 times. Indiana State turned the ball over 19 times. Take it away for us here, C-Mac. Spartans, Buckeyes.
I don't know if that happens again. I don't know what to make of this Ohio State team. I don't think they're very good. Thornton's really the guy. I mean, look, even that last game, I think he had, 33? They need more players to step up because I don't think they're that deep. Mobley's pretty good. They have a few others. They've traditionally, though, been better here at home, but this Michigan State team's, playing really, really good basketball right now. It's hard to go against them. I was a little shocked. Kentucky right now has their problems, but even that game for Ohio State to win on the neutral was pretty big. And what were they, 8 or 9 point dogs, in that game? So, once we get here to conference play, I think things slow down a little bit. These teams, though, have just been flying. It's hard for me. I want to be on an under in a game like this. Jimmy, it's just everything gets tighter and slows down. And I thought this might have been even a little bit higher, maybe even 150. It wasn't. But because points have been easy, and we'll get to it, I think in the next few weeks as we get to conference play and everything settles, and then we'll really get to hammer those spots where we've been non-conference December playing really crappy teams all over the place, neutral games. So, man, this should be a lot of fun. This is tough for me. I don't have enough with Ohio State. You know what I mean?
Spoondog says Ohio State has 3 players from their rotation that are out or game time decisions as well.
Yeah, it's
And Matty Ice is on the under, and we've heard from Tori Coker on the over. We have Kent Davies on Michigan State plus 2.5, Andrew G on Michigan State plus 2.5. And we know that our guy, Matty Ice, going to be at the game. Morgan Spooner on Michigan State plus 2.5. It's one of his 3 spots as well. All right. And Dabby Cab. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I did. Yeah, good call. Good call, Aubrey. Dabby Cab on them first half. Morgan Spooner says Michi Johnson is out.
Yeah.
And he says the forward isn't out, that he was dismissed. Okay. All right. So at this point, C-Mac, your lean is to the under in this one?
Yeah, I can't take it, though, with these 2.
All right, let's roll on. We head to the Big East for our next spot. Xavier Musketeers, 9-5, 1-2 in the Big East. At the Georgetown Hoyas, 11-2, 2-0 in the Big East. We're at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. for this one. Hoyas look good to start the year. Let's set this one up for us. We have Creighton Marquette. So we got a big one coming up next. We have Xavier snapping their 3-game losing streak, and they needed it. The holiday break was nice. Now, they played good in those games. I mean, they lose by 3 at Cincinnati. They lose by 5 in overtime at Connecticut. They lose by 2 at home to Marquette. And then they beat up on Seton Hall at home, 94-72 on New Year's Eve on Tuesday. The Georgetown Hoyas have a rest advantage. They've won now 4 straight. They're coming off an easy home warm-up against Coppin State, which I don't think hurts them out of the break. You just want to get the legs under you. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the total at 147.5 minus 119 to the under. This has come down from 148.5. And from a spread perspective, we have Georgetown minus 1.5, pretty heavily juiced, minus 118. So we've had 12 cents of movement, which wasn't always the case. This line was moving towards Xavier at one point, but we've had 12 cents of movement towards Georgetown. And then when we get to the cash flow, 19% of the tickets on Georgetown, but 69% of the cash. That's only with 5,619 tickets in. 88% tickets, 87% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Just 3 games left after this one. Musketeers, Hoyas, and DC.
Yeah, when I looked at this, both these teams have been good to the under so far this year. And the way Georgetown, which I've been wrong on them, they've been a lot better. They've been playing well and winning these games, Jamie. It's the defense. They've just been the defense. The numbers have been that good, and they're grinding out wins. And I've been impressed. On the other side, Xavier dealing with their own stuff with injuries, but I thought they've played great. I had them against Marquette. They've been able to stay in games with their shooting. It's just been crazy. Does that continue? Though, I mean, like 40% from 3. I don't know. It seems always good from the line. They're almost 80%. This game should be good. You know, I would take Xavier, but I've been dead wrong on Georgetown all year long. I just haven't been able to figure them out. And, of course, now we got this short number here, 2.5, so I'm off. But the total seems a little bit high in this game.
I feel like Georgetown is the spot here with strategic investments. They've
been great at home, man. Yeah. I had Creighton. I mean, they blew them out. Then it made me have to take Creighton, who barely covered the next game. We'll get to them anyways coming up. But
and now you have Xavier got the 94-72 win to feel better about themselves, and that's all well and good, but they shot 57.4 from the field, 47.6 from 3. They were in control the whole entire game. 9.5 point. I like Georgetown here. I like Georgetown. I think Georgetown.
They're holding teams down. Like, I mean, Seton Hall not the best scoring team, but they've been good.
Saturated. I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna handle the vocals so that we don't get penalized by YouTube. But I'll handle the vocals, I think. Ron Crawford on Georgetown as well. Okay, I like it. Okay, my card's coming together. 3 more games left before we talk the First Responder Bowl and Duke's Mayo Bowl. And then we get into NBA with Wine Time Sports and LJ from H-Town. Let's roll. Next spot on the board, 9 p.m. Eastern. Creighton Blue Jays 9-5, 2-1 in the Big East at the number 8 ranked Marquette Golden Eagles, 12-2, 3-0 in the Big East. We're in Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Take a look at this spot. We have Creighton on a 2-game winning streak, as was mentioned by CMAC. They lose 81-57 at Georgetown. That was on the heels of an 83-75 loss at Alabama. Then on the 21st of December, they beat Villanova 56-79, and then just a grudge, a rock fight. Creighton beating St. John's 57-56. Both teams shot the ball terribly. Creighton somehow won, despite turning the ball over 19 times, while St. John's only turned the ball over 9 times. It was basically a pick'em, and Creighton took care of business. So they got the warm-up game in against a tough opponent. Marquette's now won 3 straight. They bounced back from that 71-63 loss at Dayton, beat Butler 80-70, beat one at Xavier 72-70, and then one at Providence in impressive fashion, 78-50. Now, we don't expect a lot from Providence this year, but that was very, very impressive victory. That was on New Year's Eve, a 78-50 victory on the road. They were 7.5-point favorites. They were up 27 at the half. It was very, very impressive. Cam Jones just was getting anything he wanted and facilitating. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Marquette minus 10.5, minus 104. Opened up at 8.5. We've moved 2 points towards Marquette. Just a bullish move from the marketplace. And then on the total, we have a 146. It's minus 113 to the over. This opened up at 147.5, and it dropped to 146. It just dropped to 146. Not really, 45 minutes ago. When we get to the cash flow then for this one, We have 41% of tickets and 89% of cash on Marquette. I mean, it's clear, sharp action. 77% tickets, 76% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Blue Jays, Golden Eagles in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Marquette, this team's playing really, really good as of late. And they're just a team that, the last few years have been really, really good at home. That's where you want to back them. People see that they're red hot, and that's why it's moved. To 10.5, though, I think you're getting out there. Creighton, so far this year, they're 0-2 on the road. Of course, the pack loss at Georgetown, but they covered against Alabama. They've been pretty good, though, on the road the last few years. They're a little bit not the same team, and they've been more backable at home. It seems like this year as Creighton. But it's surprising, even when I look back at these teams the last couple games in this rivalry, Creighton's played well against Marquette at Marquette. I think this has just got out a little bit too far here with a red hot Marquette. Everything just saw in that game. I mean, they just beat down Providence. I mean, just kicked their ass, right away. And Providence could have hit a shot. I don't even know if they had a 3 for a while in that game. They finished 8 for 28, but I think they only had 1 for the longest time. But I think this is too far now. I get the initial move here. And one thing, Marquette hasn't really shown so far this year. They've been good from inside. If they get hot from 3, they could probably run away with this. But I'm off here. I'm tempted at the double digits with Creighton now.
I could understand that. It might just be a tiny bit too far. Can we go back, Jose, very quickly to the Xavier Georgetown banner? What do you make of this? Do you agree with Lex Steele? Because I was thinking that the market can't change Georgetown's power rankings that quickly. But Lex Steele says Georgetown should be a double-digit favorite against Xavier. I mean, do you feel like – I don't feel like it's a fishy line here. Nobody expected the Hoyas to be this good, and the market just hasn't changed it. What is your reply to Lex saying Georgetown should be a favorite by double digits?
I mean, I don't think it should be double digits. I mean, I've been surprised as much like we talked about, but Xavier's been good. They've shot their way to wins and covers like that. You know what I mean? So far this year.
But when this line came out, were you like, that's a fishy line? I thought Georgetown would be a bigger favorite.
No, I didn't. I don't think they should. I mean, this team's they've been very bad for a long time here lately.
Yeah.
I mean, and there wasn't a really high on them. And I talked about the most impressive thing is, they've been getting it done with their defense. I mean, winning games. Like, if they hold these teams like Creighton, I mean, Seton Hall's out the best off 60 points. Like, even that loss with West Virginia, and that was what, a road game? Or was that a neutral here? I mean, it was more of a slower paced game. It was 73-60. I mean, some of their games have been like that. They got a decent road win at Syracuse.
Yeah, I don't think this is a fishy line just because they weren't expected to be this good. So, and Kelly McKinnon says Marquette. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is for Kelly McKinnon. Okay, let's roll on to 9 p.m. Eastern. Head to St. Louis, Missouri. We've already heard from DC Capper. He's on these Billikens, 8-6, 1-0 in the A10. Going up against St. Joseph's Hawks, 10-4, also 1-0 in the A10. St. Joseph's won 4 straight games, but nary a road game to find. Let's take a look at their schedule. They did play a real road game back on November 15th. That's the only road game they played all year. Now, they beat Pennsylvania 86-69, but one road game this year, and they were 7.5-point favorites, and they were just in control of that game from the tip. So do we trust St. Joseph's to win here on the road against these Billikens? St. Louis has won 2 straight. Now, the first one was against a Div 2 college that meant nothing. That was they beat the William Woods Owls. Jesus. So they just needed a warm-up game. They didn't care about that one. And then they went into Fordham and beat Fordham badly. 88-63. They were only 1.5 point favorites, and they just destroyed Fordham. 60.3 from the field and 38.1% from three. Feels like the Billikens are ready to go and ready to play. And again, St. Joseph's has just had that one road game back on November 15th under their belt. Second to last game on the card here. This total's at 152. It's minus 113 to the under. We got a 3-cent move towards the under. On the point spread, we have these Billikens -2, -1, -2.5, -104. This is from +1. Just a monstrous move towards the Billikens. There was buyback at one point last night, but that stopped. -2.5 and -104. And when we get to the cash flow, St. Louis has 48% of tickets and 82% of cash. Public backing them, 78 and 79 on the over. Why are we not on the St. Louis Billikens here in St. Louis, Missouri?
I don't know what to make of them. I mean, at home, they are better. They played like a soft schedule. I think here, Jimmy, like they beat nobody and lost some games they probably should have lost. Wofford they lost. I mean, Grand Canyon is all right, and that was a true road game. Or was it real quick around the neutral? Yeah, that was at Grand Canyon. That was tight. They played better of late. I've been impressed though with St. Joe's so far, and it's hard to go off like these teams. One road game here, Jimmy. Like it makes me want to know. Yeah, fade them, and take St. Louis. They've been a team too. They just haven't been great against the number. It's like not only me betting them, they're 3-9 this year, but you are just laying a bucket here. I liked what St. Joe's has done so far this year. A little bit too much. I think this game could be tight.
I expect it to be tight too. We got Mr. Belvedere backing the Hawks. So a lot of cappers in the chat on St. Louis. JP's on the St. Peter St. Louis money line parlay, and Taint after cashing yesterday's game easy on a 13-1 run is Taint, and Taint is on the Billikens. St. Louis I find appealing here. I am going to take a little time after the show to look at it. Let's talk about our final spot on the board here. Nevada Wolfpack, 8-6, 0-3 in the Mountain West, at the New Mexico Lobos, who are 11-3, but 3-0 in the Mountain West. We're in the pit. Are the students back? Or is the pit going to be quiet?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know. Like I said, some school, it's all different too. When I was looking it up a little bit, like from now till like the next 6 days or something like that, they're all kind of coming back.
Lex Steele, yes. William Woods Owls is funny, but not as funny as Friends College. You're right. G. Martinez says, watch Nevada, keep it close. We've heard from Robert Franklin already. He's on the under 150.5. Let's take a look at the line history. We're getting into the college bowls and NBA next. We got Wine Time ready to go. And then Wine Time and LJ rocking with us. The Lobos are -6. They opened up at -6. Went down to 5.5 for a while. It's back at 6. It seems to be moving back towards these lobotomies. Let's get to the total here. This total is at 150. Well, it's 150.5. This 150 is -120 to the over, so it's basically 150.5. But it has come down since 151. Let's get the cash flow up here. The cash flow. We have 36% of the tickets and 31% of cash on the Wolfpack. 61 and 58 on the over. DeJu says Alfred revenge spot, but give me Lobos at the pit. JP says pit on Friday night won't be quite even if there's no class, but he likes the Lobos. It feels like, the Lobos are the easy spot here, but this line is not moving to the extent so that I believe that Nevada probably has a chance here. Also 0-3 in the Mountain West versus a 3-0 team in the Mountain West. You would expect this line to be bigger. Nevada's also lost 3 straight. They've lost 2 straight coming out of the break. And New Mexico's won 4 straight, 2 road games that they look good in. Nevada coming off the loss at home to Utah State. They were 3.5 point favorites. They got outscored by 10 the second half and lose by 5. Right before that, they lost at Wyoming 66-63. Wyoming can be tough at home. Nevada was 5.5-point favorites there and lost straight up. I mean, this is a team that's just not delivering. Then we have New Mexico coming off, putting up triple digits at Fresno State. They were 15.5-point favorites. They won by 14, shot 58.6 from the field, but played sloppy basketball, but they were in control all game long. Take it away for us, CMAC. Final game on the board, Wolfpack Lobos.
Yeah, they were in control. I'm glad. Fresno, they hit some big shots there. I took the 15.5. That line was big. This is the only thing, because I hate going against New Mexico at the pit, really, but it seems desperate here. Desperation a little bit here for Nevada in this spot. It seems like everyone's going to run and bet New Mexico, and I'd love to see this line maybe drop to 5. I'd love it even more. Nevada, though, just hasn't been very good. I've been on their unders. I was just on that under versus Utah State. I took Wyoming in that game. They lost outright. I'm not really big on this team. They still are struggling. But I think all 3 losses, all those games were close. I think they're in this one, Then they've been money to the under. The problem is New Mexico a little bit. They're going to play quicker, more up-tempo, and I don't really want to mess with the total. They're, 8-5 to the over. Have a great offense, have some great guards. Dent's very, very good. But I'm interested here in Nevada. Give me +6. I just hate it's at the pit.
So am I. Nevada's not look good. It's got to be the buy low spot for Nevada. All right, let's review action here. 16 games capped by Conor Mac. First off, let's quickly discuss the action from cappers in the chat. A Res Mob on the Wichita under 153. Morgan Spooner on Stonehill -2. Fairfield +9 and Michigan State +2.5. Then we have move over here. Then we have the Skunt Blaster on Mercyhurst money line. Dabby Cab on Michigan State +1 at -110. CMAC looking at the Fairfield team total under. Do we want to revisit that, or are you going to look throughout the day here on that one?
Well, no, I mean that's the early game here.
Oh, of course.
Let's just find let's find the best juice here on their team total under.
I got the under 65.5 here at -109.
All right. I don't know if we can really beat it, so that's fine.
Okay. 65.5. So we have a move on Fairfield team total under 65.5 at -109. So we have CMAC in business. I'm looking at Akron first half, and I have some interest in Temple. CMAC was leaning towards Wisconsin first half, which has me holding off of Iowa first half and likely going to leave it alone. Stonehill, Mercyhurst, we have Morgan on Stonehill, Skunt on Mercyhurst. Looks like a stay off spot. The whole Barclays situation for Lemoyne versus Long Island University is going to require some more time for me. My plan was Lemoyne first half, but it's throwing a wrench in my plans. DC Capper, Bookie Buster play today is on the Billikens -2. None your business. NCAA play today is the over 125.5 in Chicago State Wagner. Chicago State first half will be a move I will be making. Central Connecticut, St. Francis, we stayed off. Iona will be a move I'm making. CMAC has a lean towards these Jaspers at Siena, and he's got a lean towards St. Peter's at home to Quinnipiac. Torrey Coker is on the over in the Michigan State game. CMAC leaning to the under. I expect to be on Georgetown. Creighton Marquette, I'm staying off at this point. And I've now got a question mark beside the asterisks with the Billikens. Everybody on the chat on the Billikens except for Mr. Belvedere. I'm just going to take a little bit more time on that. That's not a slam dunk spot. And I like Nevada, and I would obviously prefer – actually, I wouldn't prefer this line any bigger because the market's telling – we know that everyone's going to be on the Lobos. Yeah, it's a strong move by the market. Did you want to make Nevada official?
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be on it. I think them late. I just want to go over it here, rest of the day.
Excellent work from our friend C-Mac. Please support him on X at Conor Mac Picks. I'll put his X handle here in the chat. Please support him. Oh, sorry, Mr. Belvedere. I thought you were on. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so you were. So
yeah,
then,
I get St. Louis. It's tough to trust St. Louis. I like the move.
Then we
to
have
them.
nobody in the chat. Sorry, I thought there was one who was on St. Joe's. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I needed to know that. Okay, so I'm a little uncomfortable with everybody on that one side, so I'm going to take a little bit more time. That doesn't feel like a slam dunk spot, but please support our guy C-Mac. He is also the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube show. Monday for football, Friday for basketball. Please subscribe to that channel. I am a subscriber to that channel, and support our guy C-Mac on X. I'm going to pop his X handle here. Please support our guy who does so much for us. And you can catch him here every Friday breaking down the college basketball card. That was a really, really, it's not, the capping part is tough and difficult in the grind, but it sets us up for so much fun tonight. And that's what this is all about, is getting our action in and enjoying it. So G. Martinez shouting out, Hitting the Books. Thank you for your time, C-Mac. Any last words for the Capper Sport and Show?
Shout out to the chat. I love you guys. Best goddamn chat in the goddamn game. I love you guys. These games it's going to get better. College basketball about to get crazy with conference play. And even Fridays will get, I think, really, really good. With especially we have a lot of MEAC games. But that is it. Thanks for having me. And I'll let you know if I move on any of those plays. And check Hitting the Books. Today we run through Saturday games. So just we're going to run through tomorrow. So check us out later. Hitting the Books, me and Bavano. Quick show, 30 minutes, in and out. That's it, brother. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. There he is, Conor Mac Picks in the house. We move on to college football. We're running a little bit behind here. So we got LJ being extremely patient. We thank him for that. We got 2 college football games that we're going to break down here and then get into NBA. Please welcome. And it pains me that the only thing I'm behind now with record keeping over the holidays is college football, because his record is absolutely spectacular, and I would love to be able to show it off here. Coming to us from Los Angeles, California, had the pleasure of hanging out with him at Santa Anita Racetrack. This guy is absolute quality. Just what you see is what you get, and going to be a great friend of mine for life. Very, very thankful. Also, going to be rolling with us for the second time at Pubapalooza. Please welcome our guy, Wine Time Sports, to the show. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy, good to be with you, man. It's been a couple of weeks since we've been on screen, but it was cool hanging out with you last week and the rest of the group, man, at Santa Anita. What a fun day that was, going back to G's house, eating that good food, smoking some good weed, and watching some good football. I know we both cashed, so I love it.
Yeah, that was I even didn't even realize I also cashed the Cardinals team total under. There was lots of cashing because the Rams double result. We cashed with the Bengals -3, cashed with the over, which I thought was a loss. It was just magical. It was a very fun day. Very, very fun day. Now, Wine Time, I know you want to talk about the big Ohio State game. Let's set it up. You and I can go in and film that anytime you want.
Okay.
Because I'd rather have the preparation done if we're going to cut it out and have it up. So just let me know anytime that you want to shoot that. We'll go shoot that and have it properly set up here.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Let's get to work, my man. Justin McKelvey says, I heard Jordan McLeod only playing first half in prep of East versus West game. Let's set this one up, though. We start with J.G. Kinney's Bobcats, the first responder bowl, North Texas Mean Green 6-6 at Texas State. Bobcats 7-5. We're at Gerald J. Ford Stadium in Dallas, Texas. 59 Fahrenheit, sunny, 3-mile-per-hour winds. Let's start with getting into the line history here for this one and the cash flow. Of course, there's just been so many moving parts around who is playing and who isn't. It really rears its ugly head more in the Minnesota-Virginia Tech game, where we've seen this monstrous move towards Minnesota. We've seen the same monstrous move here towards these Bobcats. Bobcats open up here at 10. There were some books that opened it up at 7.5. We're all the way to -14. -14 at a pick'em, a huge move towards the Bobcats. From a total side of things here, we have a 64.5 minus 115 to the over. This opened up at 68.5, dropped down to 61. And then there was buyback up to 64.5. Just crazy line movements as usual in bowl games. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. From a cash flow perspective, we have 49% of the tickets and 42% of the cash on North Texas. 49 and 42 on North Texas. I guess at this point, people believing that this line has gone too far. And then on the total, we have 53% of tickets and 81% cash on the over. Again, this went down to 81. Coin leaning towards Texas State. We got Lucky Lefty says North Texas covers. So let's roll here with some X's and O's and then hand it over to our guy. Lex Steele says North Texas State feels like a 1-800 gambler. Look, I mean, I just want to gamble. And if that means that I should call a number, which I'll never call in my life, so be it. Let's roll. This game marks the second bowl appearance in Texas State history. They were here last year in the First Responder Bowl, destroyed Rice 45-21. And the opposite for North Texas. The Mean Green have lost 6 bowl games in a row, hanging over the school. This is also two teams that have met each other often, but not since 1994. North Texas has beaten up on the sad Bobcats, who are no longer sad. Now, it was a disappointing year for Kinney's Bobcats. I mean, more was expected in the second season at the helm, out of the Gus Malzahn coaching tree. This team finishes 7-5, and 6 of those losses came by 10 points or less. And one of them, of course, to the Raging Cajuns. They also, don't forget, lost by 3 to Arizona State.
I remember that game.
We saw how good
on Texas State in that one.
That was a fun one. Yeah, that was a fun one. It was a great cap by you. So now who's missing? Running back Ismail Mahdi's out. Their star tackle Alex Harkey is out. Cornerback Josh Eaton is out. They have defenseman linemen who have opted out. So it's not the perfect situation. They're missing some pieces. And now we have a word that Justin McKelvey saying Jordan McLeod only playing the first half.
That's great. Yeah, damn.
Is that a factual thing? Like, I'm not saying, of course, Justin McKelvey's getting all he wants, but I mean, I've not seen that written, which is why this show is so important. But Jordan McLeod, of course, 2,920 passing yards, 29 touchdowns. He had 7 touchdowns on the ground. He's been hurt for a lot of the last, 6-8 weeks. So it sounds like Brad Jackson's going to play the second half now, I guess, is what we would be led to expect. I mean, that's a fascinating note from Justin. North Texas had a great offense, but no Chandler Morris. So, I mean, no Sheffield also. And Texas State's defense was excellent. It was great all year long, especially in Sunbelt. So we're going to see Drew Mestamaker, his first start. Now he has Shane Porter. Thank God. He has Damon Ward, Blair Conwright. He's got weapons on the outside. Wow. So many moving parts. My head is swirling. Take it away for us here. Wine time. The Mean Green, the Bobcats, meeting for the first time since 1994.
Yeah, interesting. I'm looking at the player props too in this one, Jim, just talking about these quarterbacks. And this quarterback from North Texas, his player prop is only like 1 yard less than Jordan McLeod's. Very interesting. So what Justin was saying about not playing the second half might make sense because I believe McLeod could get over that the first half if he really wants. This kid's probably going to be slinging it all over the field. North Texas defense, not impressive by any means. A lot of their guys hit the portal as well. They've got a depleted secondary. I definitely think McLeod's going to light it up today. I'm on the team total in this one, Jim. I'm on Texas State. I got in this morning, gave it on Twitter. over 38.5, minus 135. It's a little juicy, but I like the number a lot. I think they're going to be able to name their number. If you look at, Jordan McLeod's a very talented quarterback. I think he's going to get it done. Texas State had a lot of high expectations in the beginning of the season. A lot of people were talking about them being maybe the team not in the Power 4 conference to make the college football playoff. They beat ASU. People were kind of talking a little bit too early, and, they end up finishing 7-5. They definitely got a talented team, but some guys did hit the portal, but they do have their quarterback. If he plays the full game, I see no reason why they can't hit 40 easily in this one. I'm on that. And then also I wanted to ladder it up in a parlay with a couple of other games. I'm going to take Texas State on the money line. I'm going to ladder up with the next game and the Ohio State game that we talked about later on. But I'm on that. I think McLeod's going to be able to light it up. Even if he doesn't play the second half, I think he's going to be able to score at least 30 in this first half against this North Texas defense. A lot of outs from both offenses, don't get me wrong. And North Texas, interesting, 0-5 ATS going down the stretch, their last 5 games of the season. So North Texas definitely trending downward. Texas State, has higher expectations. They put some money into their football program this year. I haven't watched a whole lot of Texas State football, I'm not going to lie, but I definitely think they're going to win this game outright, and I think they're going to be able to name their number. With that being said, give me the over 38.5, minus 135, a little juicy, and the Texas State money line.
Wow.
I'm just so curious too, Jim. It's like both of these quarterbacks, like passing McLeod over 219.5 and Messmaker over 217.5. North Texas, he might be able to sling it over this Texas State defense today. We'll see. Texas State defense definitely played well, as you mentioned, in the Sun Belt, but they definitely lost some guys in the portal. We'll see how their backups play in this one. You kind of have to roll the dice in that, but very interesting that the starting quarterback against a freshman, I believe this is a true freshman, if I'm not mistaken, in Drew Messmaker. He only played very little this year, 69 passing yards. But his projections are high. He's probably going to light this secondary up as well. But I believe, I believe Texas State can name their number here.
Do you think the sign that McLeod plays that just the first half would be if this drops back to 13?
Potentially, yeah. Is it at 13.5 right now? Is that what we're 14? Yeah, we're at 14. Yeah, it keeps moving. Wow, it keeps moving up. It was 13.5 earlier when I was looking. Very interesting. If it goes to a 13, Jim, right now I don't see anything. Maybe Justin watched some. I didn't watch any interviews. Maybe he heard something from the press or the report, a beat writer, maybe saying that he wasn't going to. Maybe it's just speculation. I didn't hear anything about it. I don't see anything on from what I'm seeing right now. If someone can, let me know in the chat because that's definitely interesting because I would probably go under on his passing yards. But I do think he's probably going to light it up today. So, but if he doesn't play the second half, that's definitely going to be in doubt. I'm not going to roll the dice there. I think their backup's going to be able to get it done too. They have some talent on that team. So at the quarterback position as well. I like Texas State here.
Fascinating. Let's roll in to game 2 here. Wine time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Minnesota Golden Gophers 7-5 at the Virginia Tech Hokies 6-6. We're at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's cold, 40 Fahrenheit. It's also windy. 15-mile-per-hour winds are the expectation. We've had a huge move towards the Golden Gophers. They've gone from -5, 4.5 at some books, 5, all the way to -10. Now, there's been a tiny bit of buyback since it got to the number of 10, but just a huge move here. From a total scenario, we have a 42.5 juice to the under. That's where it opened. So we've had no movement. This has been out since the 10th of December, this line as well. So as much as we've had this constant movement on the side, we've had no movement on the total. We get to the cash flow here for this one. We have 66% of tickets and 85% of the cash on the Golden Gophers. Line, of course, moving drastically in their direction. 84% of tickets and 75% of the cash on the over, and the market doesn't care. Let's talk about PJ Flex Golden Gophers, 4 straight season in a bowl game. They've won 7 straight bowl games as a school. That goes back to 2015. and opt-outs aren't an issue for them. Their offensive line is an issue, but Max Brosmer is going to be there. 17.4 points per game the Golden Gophers allowed. They were very impressive all year long defensively, especially when we watch them shut down Whiskey at the end of the year. Let's talk about Brent Pry's Hokies. They're now expected to be down double-digit starters. So Tootin, the running back, is gone. Powell Ryland, their best edge rusher, is gone. So is Peebles, an important defensive lineman. And so is Kyron Drones. Do you expect Kyron Drones to play today?
No, he's not. I don't believe he's playing, and Colin Schley will not be playing. I believe it's William Watson, a dual threat quarterback.
Pop.
Limited
the
snaps,
freshman.
Yeah. Yep, freshman, yeah.
The freshman, yeah. So, of course, this 5 is now a 10. So Pop Watson, we saw him against Virginia in the final game of the year. So at least he got some run in that game. 14 to 21, 254 yards and a touchdown. He ran 11 times for 48 yards. They also fired their defensive coordinator. So Sean Quinn comes in, or is going to handle the duties at least here. And so we have Brosmer with his final start in college against Watson, making his second start. Take it away for us here, Wine Time. Gophers, Hokies in Charlotte.
You kind of broke this down. I got some of my stats I've written down here. I mean, PJ's flex 7-0 last 7 bowl games, 6-1 against the number. Minnesota towards the last 8 games of the season was 7-1 ATS. Just played really good football down the stretch. You're looking at Minnesota, Jim. This was a team that was kind of under the radar all season. They finished at 7-5, 6-6. A lot better than the record. This is one of the best. 7-5, I believe. 7-5. This is the best 7-5 team in the nation, potentially right here. I've seen them play week in and week out. PJ Fleck, he's got minimum resources over there at Minnesota, not a lot NIL money. He likes to recruit guys. He likes to bring guys that are going to stay in. You already mentioned he doesn't hit the portal. These games actually mean a little bit something to him and his career at Minnesota. A lot of people were saying going into this season, his job was in jeopardy, including myself. I think it's pretty clear he has this program going in the right direction. I mean, I don't really think who else you can bring in that's going to want to come into Minnesota and run a program like Minnesota likes to do. Very conservative. That's what PJ Fleck likes to do. His players go out there and they play for him. His players will block out there. It's good. I like all the things that are going on over there at Minnesota. Darius Taylor, look for him to get off today, Jim. His rushing yard props at 103 right here. I'm looking to take that right now. Maybe even ladder it up with like an anytime touchdown for plus money. I'm going to look at that in a second. But Max Brosmer, you already mentioned, he played some really good football. The transfer coming from the FCS level. I'm not going to lie. When I did my breakdowns going into this season, I wasn't high on him by any means. I didn't think he was going to be anything good this year, but he fit really well into this offense. They didn't ask him to do too much. He's a good game time manager, but he also made all the throws they asked him to make, and he didn't make too many mistakes. And that's what you appreciate. I mean, he's a 5-year guy, played a lot of ball, the FCS level. I forgot where it was at the top of my head. But with that being said, Virginia Tech losing their defensive coordinator. Kyron Drones not playing. Tootin, their running back, not playing in this one. Colin Schley, the backup quarterback, not playing. They're down to their redshirt freshman. Maybe he has a good game here. I don't really believe so. I think Minnesota and PJ Fleck's going to have a good game plan in this game. I wish I would have gotten this at a better number. I didn't look at this game too much just because we had so much action going on last week with the college football playoff going in. I didn't really look at this game until last night. And with that being said, it's too late, so I ended up getting in. This is laddering up at the parlay. I'm going to ladder him up at Texas State, and then I'm also going to take Virginia Tech team total under 16.5 minus 110. Gave it out on Twitter already with the team total of Texas State earlier. I like it a lot, man. I think Minnesota's going to show up here. I think the 10's a little bit too much because maybe Virginia Tech wants to backdoor cover. Their OC is still there. They lost their DC, but I just think this game means a lot more to Minnesota and PJ Fleck's program than Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech, man, 6-6 this season. This is one of the teams that let me down this season. I had them over wins total 8. Definitely let me down. Kyron Jones was hurt a lot of the season, and just a lot of bonehead decisions by the head coach. I'm being completely honest. He had a really good team over there, Virginia Tech. That's the best team he's going to have there for quite some time. I don't know if a lot of people are going to want to go play for him after this. He really blew it. He's most likely, I don't know what's going to happen with him in the next coming years unless he can bring some guys in. But he kind of lost that team down the stretch. Minnesota trending upwards. Yeah, they lost a lot of close games. This team could have won 9-10 games this year. If you look at their schedule, guys, a couple possessions away. And I like the brand of football they're going to be playing in this one. So give me that. I got the 2 plays, Virginia Tech under 16.5. And give me Minnesota money line in that parlay. And we're going to ladder when we talk that Ohio State and Texas game. That will, I guess, because since we'll be talking about that at a later date, Jim, maybe we won't take this parlay. I did give it on Twitter so everyone knows.
No, you can let it roll. Yeah. Who is the third leg of it?
It's with Ohio State.
Ohio State. Okay.
But we'll break that game down. Give it to you guys in a couple days.
And what did you get on the Texas State, Minnesota, Ohio State parlay?
Plus 110. So, I mean, we need these big favorites to win today, guys, and then we just need Ohio State to take care of business next week, as I think they should, but we're going to talk about that later. But, yeah, guys, I love this team total under for Virginia Tech. I just don't think they're going to be able to score 17 points in this one. It's moved down a little bit at some spots. It's 15.5, I think, right now. But I still like it. I don't think they're going to be able to score in this one against a good Minnesota defense. And I think also Minnesota is just going to eat up clock with Darius Taylor as well. They're going to feed him. I mean, his rushing props is 103 right now. He's probably going to get off today. I'm not going to give that out on the show, but I'll probably throw maybe a quarter unit or something on a Darius Taylor over 103. But yeah.
Wow. What a fascinating situation. Skunt Blaster says, careful here. I think Virginia Tech is live to win this. It's a short total. Books know this will be low scoring. If it is low scoring, Virginia Tech has a chance. I'm all over the plus 10. Scuntbag play today, Virginia Tech plus 10.
Yeah, that's good. Wow. Like I said, I mean, if whoever got in on Minnesota at the opening number, good for you. And whoever got in on Virginia Tech, you waited. It's a good number to get at, double digits. They can cover this game. I just need Minnesota to win. And I do think it's going to be lower scoring, and both teams are going to want to move the ball methodically down the field, especially Minnesota. That's what they like to do. Rossmer is going to want to have a good last game, but he's also not going to want to turn the ball over too much, and they're going to want to slow pace this game. So, I love it.
What a fascinating situation. I'm leaning with Wager Detective on the under here.
Yeah, it's a good look, honestly. I've been looking at that too. Something, it hasn't moved. Yeah, Jim. I mean, I might have to end up getting there with you guys too. Looking at the market, 16% of bets, 25% of money. Money's not moving. Both teams are going to want to run. I think they're not going to go out there and go for it like some of these other teams do. They're going to still play conservative in this one. They're going to take 3 points. They're not going to go for it on 4th and 1 on the 10. They're going to want to take their points and just win this game. So, yeah, this under, man, I might end up tweeting this out too, Jim. I'm not going to lie. The more I think about it, because I do think Virginia Tech's defense, I mean, they fired their DC. We'll see how they show up after firing their DC, whoever's playing. I think it's the linebackers coach that's calling plays now. Is it? Yeah. So we'll see, man. He goes out there and has a good game plan against Minnesota. You kind of know what they're going to do, and that's play conservative. They're not going to want to turn the ball over, and they're going to go slowly. They're going to hand the ball off probably 2 out of 3 times, and Max Brosmer's, they're going to ask him to throw screen passes and short intermediate passes. They're not going to ask him to take deep shots down the field. We're not going to see that today. That's just not going to happen that out of nowhere. But that's a good look, Wager Detective. I might have to be on that with you guys, because the more I talk about it and look at this market and see this total and compare these teams and these coaches, this looks like a clear-cut under. So I like it. I'm probably there with you guys.
But then you have Ron Crawford and G. Martinez on the over.
Yeah. That's something I'm going to have to look at in a little bit, the total. I might move on it. We'll see. I like it. I like the market situation with it, and thinking about both teams, how they're going to want to play in this game.
Can we trust Virginia Tech's defense
That is one. That's my thing, is because their DC is out in this one. Maybe they show up without their DC. I don't really know. I'm not gonna say that's an angle in this one, but
that whole front seven is a mess.
Yeah, it is.
No Powell Ryland, no Peebles.
They lost a lot of guys. It
But
just
then
sucks.
the Gophers have some issues on the offensive line, which might make it easier. God, what a mess. What a fucking mess.
Yeah. It's low total, though, man. Yeah, low total for a reason. But something to say about the low totals, Jim. 9-5 to the over to totals of 50 or lower so far in bowl games. That was going into yesterday's games, I believe. But these low totals doesn't mean they're just going to go under either. So we'll see. I'm going to have to take a look at that. I might, if I do move on it, I will definitely tweet it out.
Wine time on Virginia Tech team total under 16.5. We're both talking about the under 42.5. We also have a Texas State, Minnesota, Ohio State money line parlay for wine time, and the Texas State team total that was over 38.5.
Yeah, minus 135. A little juicy.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you. And it was confirmed by Jay Peasy. Jay Peasy said, regarding Texas State opt-outs, Jordan McLeod is currently not on that list, but he's also not expected to feature extensively for Texas State on Friday.
Interesting. Jim, I'm going to plug in my laptop real quick. Give me 1 second.
No worries. All right, that is college football. Let's get into the NBA on a little 7-1 run on the NBA. It's important. It's important to feel confident in the NBA. Also, my leans have been cashing. I'm wondering if I should open it up a little bit. I'm very excited. Yes, Strategic Investments. I got your Chapiadora play of the day, my man, copied and pasted. We're also going to come into the Stacks plays of the day. Stacks will be in business here for us as well. So we got a lot of fun coming up because we have the triumphant return of one of our NBA experts. Man, I love capping with very, very much. Coming to us from Houston, Texas. Been too long since he's rocked with us. Please welcome our friend LJ from H-Town.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H, I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate from down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Dabby Cab. Swing by Dallas with them Cowboy fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mac.
LJ, welcome back. You're home, my man, where you belong, capping NBA. How are you, my man?
I am doing excellent, Jimmy. Happy New Year to you, my friend. And, I took off work today, Jimmy. I sent you a text a couple weeks ago. I said, I really like the card today. I'm going to the game tonight, taking wife to the Rockets in Boston game tonight. So I feel good today, Jimmy. So I wanted to come on here, start my card off for the new year, and let's see if we can get some money, my friend.
I love it. I messaged Wine Time that you would be joining us. He was very excited as well. It's a great group for us to cap NBA here together. Let's bring Wine Time back in business. Computer plugged in, ready to rock. Wine Time, let me bring you back in. There we go. Thank you, Jose. Wine Time,
my guy.
LJ, capping together on the screen. You guys, this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's get to work here. I'm seeing the board pretty clearly because I have an enormous fear of the NBA. It really comes down to that. 51 bets this year, and it's Friday, January 3rd, by far the lowest amount of quantity of action that I've ever had, and it seems to be working. Let's get to work. We're going to go back and forth here. We're going to start with LJ going first, and then we'll switch over to our guy Wine Time going first. Thank you guys all for joining us here on Pub Sports Radio. Ron Crawford saying brutal broken leg for Ivy. Can't believe the Pistons are 6-4 over the past 10 games.
Man.
Lex Steele says Detroit revenge spot, but Hornets' last win was a away game after 8 losses. The Hornets have 8 losses. This is an away game. Let's get to work, folks. 7 p.m. Eastern. Charlotte Hornets 7-25, 2-12 on the road. Detroit Pistons 15-18, 6-9 at home at Little Caesars Arena, Detroit, Michigan. The Charlotte Hornets in the throes of a massive losing streak. They are 1-9 over the last 10 games, playing at the 14th fastest pace in the NBA, 101.1 possessions a game. Now, Detroit playing at 7th fastest pace, but I don't know if we should trust any of these numbers, really, now that Jaden Ivey won't be in the lineup. Charlotte played their hard. They do. They play hard. It's just they play bad. They, coming off the overtime loss at home against the Bulls, this game still went under, and there was 27 points scored in overtime. That's when you know the under was a sharp look. I wasn't on it. I'm trying to stay away from totals. 41.6% from the field the Hornets shot, but 23.3% from three. It was pretty ugly. Then we have the issues with LaMelo, game time decision listed as questionable. So he's missed 2 straight with left ankle, right wrist injuries. It'll be Mycic who would draw the start if LaMelo can't play. So you have the 1 and 2. The most exciting part of this team, Ball and Miller, both listed as questionable. Brandon Miller's missed 5 of the last 6 games with an ankle injury. Of course, they've lost all of those 5 games on this 8-game losing streak. So you want to see Mycic and Seth Curry? Sounds awful. So that is the Charlotte Hornets. And then we have to ask, how do the Pistons bounce back from losing Jaden Ivey? I heard CJ Stroud was sobbing. The Pistons have now won 4 of their last 5. They're playing good basketball. Ivey was the leading scorer in the last 2 games, who is no longer playing for this team. Top sets that hit at 1,200 SGP thanks to LJ. Shining out our guy, LJ from H-Town.
Nice.
So let's get the line history up and the cash flow up, and we'll get LJ to get us started here on this one. From a line history side of things, we have Charlotte right now plus 7.5 at minus 107. They opened up at plus 5. So we've had a 2.5 point move towards the Detroit Pistons. A pretty big move. This total is at 219. It's come all the way up from 216. So another big move. We've had a big move to the over and a big move to the Pistons. When we get into the cash flow, 66% of tickets, 66% of the cash is on the Detroit Pistons. And on the total, 84% tickets and 84% cash is on the over. LJ from H-Town, get us started. Hornets, Pistons.
Yeah, it's not going to be this game, Jimmy. Because game at all, too many injuries. The Hornets, they need LaMelo and they need Brandon Miller as well. So not interested in trying to get any type of money with them. Plus, they're 1-11 straight up on the road versus the East. Granted, it's Detroit, and they're going to miss Ivy, man. He was very important to that offense. So the only way I would try to get any money in this game is just Cade. Go back to Cade's assists, It should be like 8 or 9, somewhere around there. He's averaging 10 the last 4 games, but other than that, if you want to take a shot at Detroit, 7-3 against the spread last 10, that's on y'all. But laying 7.5, not interested in doing that with Detroit. So I'm going to pass this one, Jimmy.
Understandably so. Not everybody pulls out lipstick on a pig, and that's what we have here. Although Pistons just 3 games under 500. They played 33 games, only 14 games at home. It's too bad that they lost Ivy. BJ says double revenge can only look Pistons. Wine time. Hornets, Pistons at Little Caesars Arena.
Yeah, I like where LJ's going on that assist. It's so high right now. I'm looking right now, it's 10.5, but
that's too high.
I definitely can see him getting it though. Honestly, if it's that high, it might be that high for a reason. You can get a 9.5 a little bit juicier, I think at like 130. But my book right here is giving me plus 100 on over 10.5. But yeah, man, Jimmy, it seems like we've talked about this Detroit Pistons team every Friday. We've talked basketball this year. A team playing definitely trending upwards this season. They've got some good guys out there. Malik Beasley averaging 16 points off the bench. He's been getting going. He's been hitting the 3-pointers. I definitely think Detroit's the side in this one. I'm not going to move on it, though, because I got so many other plays on today's card. But if I was going to – if you're going to tell me gun to the head, $500 on the game right here, I'm going to tell you Detroit Pistons most likely. But I got nothing on this game right now.
Shout out to our guy MMA Locker Room in the house, our guy Millsy. So the market is telling us that the Pistons are going to come together and battle for their fallen soldier. And I won't talk about the Texans because I've already hammered that home enough in my disgust of how CJ Stroud has handled that. Even though he seems like a very nice guy, maybe this isn't the sport for him. It feels like the Pistons are going to rally around Ivy and smash the Hornets. That's what the market is telling us.
Yep.
Again, I think that we trust it. I mean, I know that sounds crazy.
Yeah, they could beat these guys by double digits easily tonight, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, Detroit, they're trying to make a little run. I mean, we'll see if they can get into the play-in tournament, but they definitely want to. They've got some vets. They've got some young guys over there. Definitely a winnable game, and definitely could put their foot on the throats right here, especially you saying Jaden Ivey's out. Hornets, if they don't have their two guys out there, these guys should get blown out, man.
Yeah.
I like where you're going, Jimmy, with the Detroit Pistons. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I would take if I was gonna take something in this game. To see a 7 right now, I believe.
Yeah, 7.5.
Yeah, interesting game. It's gonna be a fun one, but I'm gonna stay away from this one.
I mean, you had in the last time these teams met. Now, as BJ talking about the Hornets taking out the Pistons twice this year, Brandon Miller. And the last game they played, Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball combined for 73 points.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
They hit 12 3-pointers combined.
Yeah, so where's the offense going to come from? Like, seriously, there's no way. I don't see no possible way the Hornets keep up in this game.
And also, it's you're sending a message. You know what? I'm shocked that I'm coming here. But this to me is a Pistons win by 20 for Ivy, for just smack. This team beat them twice, so they're not going to take them lightly, even though LaMelo is not going to be. I'm astonished that I'm saying I did not expect this cap to lead me here.
Yeah, and it's Friday at home, in front of your home crowd. Home crowd, like all that. I like it, Jimmy. I'm not gonna do it, but I like where you're going. No, I like where you're going. For real. I like it
right now. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it hard, honestly.
Probably add it to a money line parlay or something, just to.
Yeah. I get that. Let me just start here. We know this is moving towards the Pistons. I'm getting offered a 7 at minus 110 right now.
That's what I'm getting to.
You know what? I'm going to bet this, and I'm going to bet this right now. I think this story works. And it I don't have quotes or anything from the Pistons, but it makes sense to me that this would be it. So I think I'm going to move on this right now to ensure I get the 7. That 7's minus 114 at some real sharp offshores. It's not like there's 90% of the public either moving this line.
I know, yeah.
Because who in the world wants the Pistons at this number without Jaden Ivey? That's why you want them without Ivy. That's what they'll say to you. I'll say you want the Hornets without Ball and Miller.
Yeah.
And then we'd fight. Then we'd fight.
All right. Well, I'm going to lock it in with you right now, Jim. I'm kind of talked myself into it, and you've kind of talked me into it. I'm going to move on it with you, so lock me in. I'm going to move on it as we speak and add it to my Twitter. I'm getting Detroit Pistons minus 7, minus 110. So, yeah, give me that. I'm in with you.
Thank you, Rem. You know me well. Let's roll. capping is so much work. There's so much work and there's so little sleep. But you get to the point here on Friday. I can't wait till I'm doing more than 2 betting with the bags a week. But I love having you guys on here, and let's make some fucking money, man. We roll on 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The Orlando Magic 20-15, 7-11 on the road. The Raptors are 8-26, 7-11 at home. Scotiabank Arena in Toronto. Orlando 4-6 over the last 10, playing at the Tide for the slowest pace in the NBA. Thank you, Dan, the -108. What do you think, Dan, about this idea of backing them here? Chosen One says Magic. We have 43.8% from the field these Magic are shooting and just 29.3 from three. But they've been doing that all year. Whether Wagner's in, whether Banchero's in, it's not their 3-point shooting that's doing anything. Toronto snapped their horrific losing streak. They're 1-9 over the last 10, sixth fastest pace in the league, 102.7 possessions a game, 45.8% from the field, and 35.4% from three, which generally speaking is better than we expect these guys to shoot. That was a big win for them. 130-113 at home, took the pressure off of them. And the Magic coming off the 105-96 loss, at Detroit. And they're a beat up squad here. Of course, Wagner out, Banchero out, Harris out. You have Black as a game time decision. He becomes extremely important to this team. He's missed the last 2 games with the bruised back. Watching Caleb Houston and Jet Howard out there is not fun if you have action on the Magic. But Suggs, Caldwell, Pope, then De Silva, and Badadzi at the 5. The Raptors have R.J. Barrett as a game time decision, but you have a healthy squad with Quickly back and Barnes back and Agbaji and Grady Dick. This was the starting 5. He's being downgraded to doubtful, so he's sick. R.J. Barrett is sick, so then you have to question who else is sick as well. And I hate doing that. I don't mean to. It can get a little much. Let's get into the line history here. This total's at 216.5. It got up to, so when this opened, it opened up at 215.5. It shot up to 218.5, and then it dropped. But then it came back up. So we're at 217.5 right now. We have a 2-point move to the over. When we get to the point spread here, we have the Raptors plus 1.5 at -104. That's where they opened right now. So there's been no movement. And then when we get to the cash flow, this is an interesting spot about, do you want to fade a team after snapping their winning streak and looking so good? And then Brooklyn bounced right back. And you guys know I wanted Brooklyn first quarter, and I was afraid to pull the trigger yesterday. 93% of tickets, 83% of tickets, 83% cash on the over. And on the spread, 43% of tickets, 41% cash on the Toronto Raptors. RJ Barrett being out, look, I don't mean to be negative towards him, but it doesn't mean anything to me. It means they'll play cleaner basketball, better defensively. But he has been scoring. But now they got IQ back, and Barnes back, both healthy. Take it away for us at wine time. Magic Raptors here in Toronto.
Yeah, this is a spot when I initially looked at this game. I really wanted to move on the Raptors. I still might here in this spot. You mentioned they got a couple of their players back in the lineup here. Orlando Magic, they've lost their 2 best players this season so far. Still 5 games over 500, still playing some good basketball in this spot. Traveling in Toronto. I know they've had some days off in the last couple of days. This is an interesting matchup. I definitely want to maybe move on Toronto in this spot. I haven't officially yet. Scotty Barnes is playing in this one. Emmanuel Quickly. I like their starting 5 better than Orlando starting 5. If I'm going to be completely honest with you. I like their bench probably a little bit better as well. And they're playing in Toronto. It's Friday night. I mean, Jimmy, is this place going to be sold out tonight, you think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean it's look, it's Toronto in the winter. Yeah. I mean, almost every home game will sell out.
Yeah. I like it then. I'm going to move on. And if I can get a plus 105 on the money line right now, I'm just looking at, the Toronto Raptors having a horrible season, being 8-26, but they're getting some of their players back. They want to somewhat turn around this season. They're not going to make the playoffs or anything by any means, but they definitely can make a little run, show some heart for their city. They've got some good players in their starting 5. I like Scotty Barnes. I like Emmanuel Quickly. When Quickly gets hot from 3, man, and he gets going and he's able to get to the rim, he's a good player, man. He plays with a lot of heart out there, and playing on a Friday night in Toronto, I definitely can see him doing it. So I'm going to move on officially, Jim. I'm going to give me the Toronto Raptors money line plus 105 I can get right now. Yeah, lock me in, my friend. I'm going to get it on these Raptors here.
Plus 105 is the best number available. So that's worth it. It's a nice price there. LJ, what do you think of this spot? Raptors at home, snapping their long losing streak. No RJ Barrett. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was interested if they had their full squad. I was hoping RJ was going to give it a go because I would have been all in on the Raptors because they're good as a home dog, 11-3-1 against the spread. So they play well in the spot. But now you're asking them to win the game pretty much because it's a short number. You usually catch them double digits. That's where they clean up against the spread. But they are 13-4 against the spread their last 17 games as well. So, like I said, I was very, very interested if RJ Barrett would have been playing. But I want the full squad. So I'm going to stay off the side. And I'm just going to take a prop in this game. I'm going to stick to the guy I've been taking since both of the Wagner boys got hurt. Gogo Badazi, for the Magic. I'm going to take this double-double. I got it early, plus 100, because I knew it was going to move later on throughout the day, simply because he had a bad game the last game in Detroit. But before that, he was 7 of 9 to the double-double. And he's getting the minutes, getting right at 28, 30 minutes a game. And he's going to probably be most of the offense in the rebound, cleaning up the glass. And as far as the Raptors, they allow the 5th most combined points to the opposing center. And, they're one of the worst teams at the rim as far as defense anyway as well. So I'm going to keep riding with Bataze double-double. And that's pretty much it. But because, like I said, I was really, really hoping that RJ could go today. But like I said, the fact that the defense is lacking in the paint, Toronto has allowed 6 out of the last 7 big men to get a double-double. So I'm going to trust Bataze to get that double-double again. So that's my only play in this one.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. And Pirtle's playing his best basketball, but I mean, he's so slow out there. So I can completely understand it. All right, we have moves from our guys here. We have Raptors plus 105 for wine time. Badazi double-double at even money for LJ from H-Town. And I don't like watching RJ Barrett play basketball. I don't mean to be negative, but I don't see it as, now we're going to be stronger defensively. I find it impossible to back the Raptors, especially coming off a huge win. It makes sense from an X's and O standpoint, but I don't know if I can get there, and I don't think I'm going to get there. Let's move on. We move on to Boston Celtics at LJ's Houston Rockets. LJ going to be at the game. We've already heard from BJ's NBA best bet is the Houston Rockets money line. Let's get into this spot here. Thompson out and Terry Easton. I know you're a big fan of defense. Doubtful. Will not be there. Going to miss his 8th straight game. Then we have Jock. It's not like he plays much, but he's questionable with a knee sprain. So that's the situation there. We have Horford out for the Boston Celtics. He's being ruled out here. It's a back-to-back. And then we have Zingis. Zingis questionable. Waiting for him to come back. He's now missed 4 straight games with the ankle injury. So Horford's not there. So it feels like this is a spot where he would come back. They'd have it all planned out for him to come back at this game with Horford missing it. And then you have Jaylen Brown with the right shoulder strain. He's questionable. We're expecting him to miss this game. We probably shouldn't, though. He missed the last night's game, the first half of the back-to-back. So we'll have to see here. And they look good. They look good. It was a tough game, 118-115 in Minnesota last night for Boston. 6-4 over their past 10, playing at the 24th fastest pace. These teams are playing at nearly identical paces, 24th and 23rd, and just a little over 98 possessions a game. The difference is Boston shooting much better than Houston, much maybe a little too strong a word. 47.1 from the field and 36.6 from 3, while Houston shooting 45.8 from the field and 32.3 from 3. Again, these are last 10-game stats just because of the dealing with the holidays. I wanted to stretch it out for more than 5 games. The Rockets we saw on Wednesday winning at home 110-99. The first two games of this homestand were losses at home to Minnesota, at home to Miami here. And then they get the victory over Dallas. This is game 4 of a 5-game homestand, and they have the Lakers coming in on Sunday. Game 4 of a 5-game homestand is traditionally a spot that I like very, very much. Let's get into the line history here for this one. I've got the money line up. So why don't we just touch on the money line and then we'll go on to the spread. But Boston's minus 135 on the money line. They opened up at minus 136. They're now minus 135. This did get down in the lower minus 120s, but now it's right back from where we started. From a spread perspective, we have the Rockets plus 2.5 here. That's exactly where they opened. Now, this was down to a 2 for a little while, but we're right back where we started. From a total scenario, we have a 220.5. 220.5. This opened up at 221. Been bouncing all over the place. LJ, your basketball team in play. We've already heard BJ's best bet on the Houston Rockets. You're going to be at the game with your wife, whom we love. By the way, please send her our love. She's great. Take it away for us here. Celtics-Rockets.
Yeah, Jimmy. One of the reasons why I wanted to come on the show today is because we have all top 5 teams today against the spread are playing tonight. And 3 of those teams are at home. And this is one of those teams, Jimmy. Houston Rockets at home Friday night in front of the home crowd. You already know where I'm going, Jimmy. I just believe the rest advantage is going to play in this game simply because Boston, they've been playing a lot, man. 4 games in 6 nights. They've been traveling. And not to mention, the Rockets have just been chilling. They have the rest advantage. This is their second game in 6 days. So they have been chilling at the crib, and they're 5-1 against the spread when they have the rest advantage. Mind you, Boston 2-5 against the spread when they don't, when they have the rest disadvantage. So they struggle in this spot. So I'm going to take first half and full game, Jimmy. Everybody knows how I feel about the Rockets first half at home. Energy in the building is just immaculate. And like I said, every time I go, I feel it. I understand why it is. Just because Udoka has this team playing so hard, especially on defense. And this is how they're going to win this game. I believe they're going to limit Boston at the 3-point line because we're top 3 in opposing three-point field goals. And not to mention, I think we match up physically with this team. So last year, Boston came in here and smoked us in Houston, but they had Porzingis in that game, and he had like 30. You know, it was pretty much all him. They don't have Porzingis tonight, and I don't think Jaylen Brown's going to play either, to be honest with you. I believe he's going to sit out again, and I believe we're going to have the advantage in the backcourt. And I believe that's where because we didn't have Van Fleet last year in that game that Boston came down here and smoked us. So I believe that's going to be very important. I don't like that Tyrone Eason is not playing, Jimmy. You know how I feel about him. He is a very important piece to our team. He brings the energy. He's scrappy. He gets turnovers, which leads to points off turnovers, which is why the Rockets cover spreads, because they get turnovers and they limit their opponents to possessions. They get the rebound. They don't give up a lot of offensive rebounds. So I believe that all that we're going to be able to control tonight, and I believe we're going to win with defense. The Celtics are at the bottom of the league in points in the paint. You know, they don't want to score in the paint. They want to shoot you out the building with the 3. And I believe that that's going to eventually catch up with them, especially in this game, because I believe their legs are going to get tired for the most part. Now, they may keep it close. That's why the number is the way it is. But I believe eventually the narrative with Udoka, former Boston coach, I believe that Houston's going to want to win for their coach tonight, man. And I just believe the fact we have our starting lineup for the most part, we just don't have Thompson and Eason, which is really concerning for me. But the fact that Boston is missing pieces as well, I think it cancels out. And I believe our defense will take toll at the end of the game, and we take control, and we win this game. So, Rockets, first half, plus the what you got, plus the whatever number you can give me. Then I got the money line. I got plus 110 on the money line. So
Yep.
whatever number you can get.
We can get you that first half at plus 1.5 at minus 108.
Okay.
It's 1.5 at minus 108. And we can give you the full game money line at plus 123.
Ooh, let's do it. Let's get it.
You are locked and loaded. Wine time. Celtics-Rockets. Take it away.
Man, I'm excited for this one, guys. This is the game I'm going to be watching tonight. I'm going to be right there with LJ. I'm going to be wishing I'm going to be there courtside with him, but I'm on the Rockets here in this one, plus 110. We gave it out this morning, guys. I love this spot here for the Rockets. Celtics coming off just, getting by Minnesota. Minnesota gave them everything they could towards the end of that game last night. They're on a back-to-back heading into the H-Town. I like backing the Rockets at home, especially as a dog. That's what I've been doing this year, and it's been cashing for me. I know my guy LJ's been on that as well. This is a Rockets spot, guys. I think Rockets get it done here. I gave it out at plus 110, gave it to me plus 110 on the money line, Houston Rockets. LJ made all the points I need to get across in this one. I agree with everything he says. I think they're going to show up and play out for their coach in this one. Two really good teams, man. Coming one from the East, one from the West. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. It's going to be a good one. I'm excited for this one, but give me the Rockets.
Yeah, great. I believe it's going to be a playoff atmosphere tonight. Definitely.
Shit.
I think Zingis plays. Big Dick Zingis. There you go, Nibbler, my man. I think Zingis plays. I think this was all set up, knowing that Zingis would come back for the second half of the back-to-back and Horford would sit out. I think that the line's telling us that Jaylen Brown doesn't come back.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's just guessing at this point. I hear what you guys. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on it. Now, the problem is, if I spend 2 hours on it, we could get the notice that Brown's out and this line could move. Maybe if you want the plus money, you want it now. Sean Pulliam says, interesting. Usually first half spreads are higher than full games. No, I think this makes sense here. Like at 365, the Celtics first half is -1 and full game -2.
Mm-hmm.
Plus I think everything makes sense here. And I think that the reason why this line isn't moving heavier, and Super 2 Story says no props up for Brown. That's weird.
That's why I think he's not going to play. That's one of the reasons why, because I didn't see any as well. So I think that's why I figured he wasn't going to play. I mean, the Boston's been playing every other night, man. Like since December 19th, every other night they've been playing. So like you, Jimmy, first straight. This is their 4th game, 5 home game stretch. This is where you like teams. So it sets up perfectly for the Rockets.
It does. It really does. I'm not going to double down, but I think I join you guys. 25% of the tickets, 26% of the cash on the Rockets. I mean, that's wheelhouse.
Yep.
21% of tickets, 11% of cash on the Rockets money line.
These spots, I feel like for the Rockets at home, being a dog in this spot and seeing the cash flow like that, it's just been money in the bank. I've been riding it I feel like since last year even, but this year especially. I love the spot for the Rockets. Love the spot.
I'll join you. I'm with you guys. I'm with you. I'll decide here. I would like to get this in before the announcement. I think the announcement's not going to be good. Super True Story saying that no props are up. And I think that's in Dan Kelly says props are up for Jaylen Brown. Now, remember, yesterday there was someone we had props up for. Anthony Davis. We had props up for Anthony Davis, and he didn't play. I got Jaylen Brown props. 21
Okay,
and a half.
yeah, they're up now. You're right.
And Zingis too. Maybe I wait.
I don't think he's gonna play though.
I don't either, but okay. Maybe I don't need to force this in right now. Okay, but I'd like to join you guys. I mean, if Zingis is announced in, do you think we get another point? Do you think we get to 3?
It may, because he's important.
I'd say 2.5, probably, maybe 2.5. I would say.
If Brown's announced in too, if Brown's announced in, we get.
I agree, but I think one of them at least is going to sit.
I think so too. Yeah.
Okay, I'll figure that shit out here. But I don't need to force it in. I did bet the Pistons -7 at -110. I haven't tweeted it out yet. I was going to do that when we were breaking down the Rockets game, but it was just too interesting for me to not stay focused. Okay, let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern. Washington Wizards 6-25, 1-12 on the road. The New Orleans Pelicans 5-29, 4-14 at home. We're at Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. Let's get this one all set up. First off, of course, let's take a look at the injury report when you're dealing with Pelicans games. Zion, God, I'm looking forward to we don't have to talk about him anymore. Out, BI out, obviously looking for a trade partner for him. So it's Murray, McCollum, Murphy, Jones, and Missy. For the Wizards, no Sadiq Bey, no Koulibaly, no Bagley. So Sarr, Kuzma, Champani, Carrington, and Jordan Poole at the 1 spot. Let's get into the line history here. I got first half up. I'm going to quickly move to full game. For the line history, we have the Wizards plus 7.5 at -107. That's where it opened. Well, it opened at 7. Now, other books that opened early opened this up at 5.5. But we've had a half-point move towards the Pelicanos. When we get to the total here, we have a 232. I see 233s and 232.5s. This opened up at 231, so we have a 1-point move to the over, at least a 1-point move. When we get to the cash flow, then we have, that's money line, sorry. When we get to the cash flow, we have 40% of the tickets and 40% of the cash on the Pelicans. On the total, we have 81% of tickets, 82% cash on the over, and it's moving over. A coin says Pelicans win this for the city tragedy tonight. It's important. I think that really does make a ton of sense in this spot. Let's take a look at the X's and O's and rest situation here quickly. Neither team was playing last night. So for the Wizards, they're coming off that 125-107 home victory over the Bulls. They won 2 of their 4 games on the homestand, something we rarely say, and they only lost to the Knicks in overtime. They're playing better ball, but now they head out onto the road. The Pelicans in the throes, of yet another losing streak. Now they played the Nuggets tough, 132-129, but good God, we are now at 11 straight losses. And they have the home and home with Washington. Can you imagine? Now I know that there's a market telling us that they're live, they're a legitimate favorite. But has there ever in the history of NBA been a team that's lost 11 straight games that's a 7.5-point favorite? Now, I would guess no.
I would as well.
Take it away. Wine time. Wizards, Pelicans.
I mean, you guys said it, 2 of the worst teams. I mean, you said it, 2 of the worst teams in the NBA right here. Pelicans losing 11 straight and they're leaving 7. I like what Saturate said there. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is for Pelicans laying a 7, man. I don't have a play in this one, and I'm not going to give out a play on this one. This is one of the games I don't have anything in on. Pelicans definitely seem like the live spot to take here, laying 7. This opened up, I believe, at a 5.5 or 4.5. 4.5, 5, yeah. Pelicans are probably going to take these guys to the woodshed. Wizards coming off a win, actually. I mean, one of their 6 wins, 2 of them in the last 5 games. I would definitely lean towards the Pelicans. I'm going to stay far away from this game here, though. If so, I'm going to have a play on every single game on this card.
I haven't written that the Wizards have any more than 1 win in their past, either 5 or 10, depending on what it is. They're 3-7 over the past 10. They're still playing at a fast pace, 4th fastest pace in the league, 103.47 possessions a game, 45.1 from the field and 36 from 3. Very similar numbers to the Pelicanos, running a little slower, 10th fastest pace in the league, 101.1 possessions a game, 44.9 from the field and 34.8 from 3. LJ, what do you think of this spot? Wizards, Pelicanos?
I don't think nothing. I didn't even look at this game. I mean, both these teams are ass. And there's no way that I will even think about laying 7.5 with the Pelicans. That's insane. So no way. Pass this game.
I mean, with the Pistons, I could understand. I could put it together with X's and O's standpoint, but here I find it tremendously difficult. Let's roll on. Let's roll on to the big one. 8 p.m. Eastern with the New York Knicks now 24-10. 13-6 on the road at the Oklahoma City Thunder, 28-5, 15-2 at home. We're at Paycom Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Of course, because we don't count the NBA League Cup finals, these 2 teams are combined 19-1 over their last 20 basketball games. So impressive. Let's get into the line history and the X's and O's here to set this one up. Knicks-Thunder, it's a fun one. We have the Knicks just winning basketball games and winning by margin and looking good doing it. They have now won 9 straight games, coming off a 119-103 victory at home versus Utah, and now head out on to the road. Just an impressive squad, which means that these teams have won their last 19 games. They're 19-0 over the last 19 because that, Knicks on a 9-game winning streak. The Thunder coming off the second half of a back-to-back. I don't know why I wasn't on them last night. It was just because the Clippers were so bad the night before, the game before. I thought, are they going to show any heart here? It was a mistake to think that they might show heart. I mean, we saw Brooklyn show heart, but we certainly did not see here. Let me get this set back up for us. Thank you, Jose. So here we go. The Knicks 9-1 over their past 10, 99.12 possessions a game. It's 18th fastest in the NBA. 49.5 from the field and 35.8 from three. The Thunder playing the 12th fastest pace, 100.3 possessions a game, 47 from the field and 34 from three. Let's get into as much as you would think that the Thunder are at a rest disadvantage on the second half of a back-to-back, that was, at home, and the the Knicks had to fly out yesterday to Oklahoma City after playing, on Wednesday night against Utah. So it's not like a great spot for them. We got the Hartenstein double-double, the Rebenga double-double. These Thunder are now 17-1 with Hartenstein in the lineup. Lit picks looking at that as well, looking at the over 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Let's get the line history up and the cash up, and then hand it over to LJ to get us rolling. So we have this total right now at 223, juice to the over. This has come up from 220.5, which surprises me in a game that you expect defensive intensity. Then you have the Thunder minus 4.5 at minus 107. They opened up at 5, now at 4.5, half-point move towards the Knicks. When you get to the cash flow, you have 95% of tickets, 95% of cash on the over, market paying attention and moving briskly. You have 60% of tickets and 62% of cash on the Thunder, with a half-point move towards the New York Knicks. Saturated says you've been playing the Thunder opponent turnovers with great success. Here we go. LJ, the floor is yours. Knicks Thunder.
Yeah, Jimmy, this should be a good game. Both these teams are playing well right now. But I'm not stepping in front of the Thunder. They're the best ATS team in the league for the most part, and they play the best defense. So I'm just going to keep riding it. I'm going to be on full game, minus 4.5, just because Brunson and McBride are questionable. I mean, they're going to need that offense, especially Brunson, because if you don't have him in the backcourt, you got Shea, you got Dort. So they're going to easily lock down the Knicks, whoever they throw out there to try to get any type of offense from them if Brunson doesn't play. So it's very imperative that Brunson plays in this game. So other than that, like I said, I like the Knicks. I respect the Knicks, but more for the Eastern Conference, more so the West. They are 6-4 against the spread versus the West, but the Thunder, they're one of the best teams, man, versus the East. 6-2-2 against the spread versus the East, 4-1-1 against the spread with no rest. And if you believe in these narratives of the days of the week, they're 5-0 against the spread on Friday. Not to mention, they are at home in front of their home crowd. So I'm not stepping in front of that. I will look at Hartenstein as well. I like playing against his old team. I like that as well. But the Thunder, 15-2 at home, and those 15 wins have been by 5 or plus points. So all that factor, plus they've beaten the Knicks 8 out of the last 10 games. So the starters didn't play no more than 30 minutes last night, so the fatigue should not come into factor on the back-to-back, but they play well on the back-to-back, so it really don't matter to me. So I'm going to keep riding Oklahoma City, man. I've been taking the spread ever since they lost to the Bucks in that Cup game, and they've hit it pretty much every single game, if not pushed. So I'm going to continue that. OKC, man, minus the 4.5.
Minus 4.5 for LJ. Wine time, take over.
Yeah, I hate to be on the other side of my guy LJ in this one. I'm on the Knicks in this one. I took a money line, though. I didn't even take them spread. I took a money line plus 160 this morning, gave it out. I'm just a big fan of this Knicks team. I like their starting five. I think it's one of the best starting fives in all of NBA, if we're being completely honest. Playing good basketball. They've got a good head coach. Yeah, a lot of these guys are playing a lot of minutes going forward towards the end of the season and the playoffs. We'll see how much that hurts them. But as of right now, man, they're just playing such good basketball. Getting plus 160 on him and not seeing the public hump on him a lot and seeing the line move down a little bit. I do see Brunson's questionable. I definitely need Brunson in there for me. I'm already in on it, though. I already moved on it, the plus 160, so I'm really hoping Jalen Brunson plays in this one. And if so, I think they can hang tight in this one. And I didn't want to take the spread. I just wanted to take them outright plus 160. I was getting a good number. So that's what I got. I'm in on the Knicks plus 160 in this one, guys.
You got it. And, when Brunson set out the Wednesday game, I thought it was in preparation for this game. Mm-hmm. Not preparation is not the right word, but I thought that, let's make sure he's available against the Thunder. So I was silly to expect that, but I think the market's implying that he's in as well. If Brunson's not in, I don't think this is 4.5. I mean, it's 6.5. It's
6.5. Yeah, I would think so too. And I'll be worried at that point. I definitely want Brunson in this one.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So you're in Knicks plus 160. LJ Thunder minus 4.5 at minus 107. And the Hartenstein double at plus 105. It just makes so much sense for Hartenstein. And I know that they can't, the books can't deal with these incentives. Now, this isn't a fiscal incentive, but they can't deal with it. As I said, on our football show, when I got Mike Evans at 91.5, and I was like, I know this is going to be a public play, but watch this move 10 yards. And as of yesterday, it had already gone up to 96 and a half, moving in that direction. And right now, I wouldn't mind just quickly checking the receiving yards. Now 99 and a half.
Yeah, it moves up every day. You have to take these props when they first come out. Seriously, it's going to move.
You know what was crazy to me was that the lines are never available on a Tuesday for our show, but this show was on Wednesday. So I hadn't even checked for the lines being available. And when I did, it was already 91.5. And people probably beat what I got. I don't know. I haven't heard from anyone, but now 99.5 for that. So why is the Hartenstein double? We have Joey Marinaccio on it as well. I can't quite understand why it, it's a plus money spot for it, but maybe the advanced models just can't quantify what it means to go up against your old team.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
Exactly. The psychological part of betting is what you're trying to get at,
Okay, I'm going to take a closer look at Dan Kelly's Hartenstein. I can't even look at the Cavaliers, which is our next game. So let's roll at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, Cavaliers Mavericks, without thinking of Dan giving us the coach of the year for Atkinson at 20-1. I can't even look at it. I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah. Oh, but yeah, I moved on the Ravens at plus 175. He gave us Wemby for leading blocks at 13-1. It went down to 1.5 to 1, 2-1. And I'm like, I think that when Dan Kelly speaks, you just bet.
Got to
think about it later.
Yeah.
All right, let's roll here. Cavaliers 29-4. I mean, I can't even say their record without thinking, oh my God. I mean, literally at a 20-1 spot, it's not like, I left $300 on the table. It's like you're leaving 5 to 10K on the Dallas Mavericks 20-14, 10-5 at home, American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Let's get into the line history here with the X's and O's. We have a great basketball game, except of course, no Luka. No Luka, no Exum, no Marshall. Washington is a game time decision, and he's important. Listed as questionable right now. Suffered the knee sprain on Wednesday against the Rockets. So, Maxi Kleber is also questionable. Najee Marshall serving the suspension. So, I mean, you want to play Clay at power forward for 40 minutes? I mean, obviously that's not going to happen. You have Dwight Powell and Daniel Gafford, who also can play a part, but the PJ Washington side of things is just so crucial to this spot. And of course, the Maxi Kleber one as well. He's listed as questionable. So, he hasn't missed games, but he's got the oblique injury. So that is crucial stuff here for the Mavericks. For the Cavs, Sam Merrill out, Sam Merrill game time decision, excuse me. No, doubtful now. Now doubtful. Not that it's that big of a deal, but can't shoot the ball. We have the Cavs absolutely rolling right now. Just a unstoppable force here. They had the back-to-back at Golden State and at the Lakers. What they won by a combined 28 points. If you want to add in the Denver Nuggets to start out that thing, then they beat the Nuggets, the Warriors, and Lakers all on the road by a combined 42 points. I mean, what is this? The fucking 72-win Bulls?
Hey, it possibly could be.
It's just mind-boggling. Absolutely. Now the great city of Cleveland deserves this. Not being an easy run for them. This opens up with Cleveland minus 6.5. They're now minus 7.5 on the total here. We have this at 231.5 minus 110 to the under. Opened up at 230.5, so we have a 1-point move towards the over. And then the cash flow here, we have 77% of the tickets and 80% of the cash on the Cavs line moving in the direction. 82% tickets, 82% cash on the over. We start with wine time for this one. Take it away, Cavs, Mavericks.
Yeah, this is going to be a good matchup right here. I mean, Cleveland coming in here as a -7 favorite. I definitely think they can take care of business. As you mentioned, this is one of the best teams we've seen in quite some time. 29-4, just unbelievable, honestly, in the NBA. To only lose 4 games at this point in the season is just incredible. Shout out to Dan Kelly for giving that little future out. That's impressive right there, man. That's a nice little payday for whoever got in on that. I don't have a play on this one initially. When I looked at this game last night, I wanted Cleveland -6. I saw it, didn't get it. It's at a -7. This is probably going to only continue to go up if you ask me. Cleveland should take care of business in this one, despite being on the road on a Friday night. I don't have a play on this one, though, but I definitely like the direction where Cleveland's going. Dallas, they might start turning downwards without Luka. We'll see what happens there, but I've got nothing in this one, guys.
The Mavericks over the last 10 games, where they're just 4-6 without Luka, they're shooting 47.5 from the field and 38.4 from three, which is very good. The Cavs are shooting 49.2 from the field and 41.1 from three. That's how incredible they're shooting. And then you have bigs that are going to be out for the Mavericks against. Take it away, LJ. Is this the right number for the Cavs here on the road? Take it away.
Yes, I'm going to lay it. I just believe Dallas is overmatched. They don't have enough bodies. Cleveland plays hard, man. They play for their coach, and I look at Cleveland like they're possibly going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals. I see it. I haven't bet it yet. I just want to get to All-Star break to see where they're at right there. But they're really, really on my high list of taking them to win the East. But other than that, I'm on this game, 7.5. I like the fact that Luka's out because Dallas plays fast when Luka's out. He pretty much slows down the game, so the possessions are limited. But with this game, I think it's going to be up and down, fast pace, and you don't want to get into a shootout with the Cavs because if they get the lead, they're not giving it up. So I believe they start early and fast, but I'm just going to take the full game. They're 7-3 against the spread first half and full game, last 10 games, and also they're 8-1 against the spread versus the West. So 4-0 on the road versus the West so far. 24-9 against the spread, man. So I'm not stepping in front of it. I'm just going to keep collecting money with the Cavs because even if the Cavs or Thunder lose or don't cover the spread, we can always go back to those teams to take them off a loss because you'll get your money back. And that's just how I feel about it when you're betting these good teams, So I'm going to stick to what's been working. So I'm just going to ride the Cavs minus the 7.5 or whatever number you can get. And I am going to take Kyrie Irving on the other side, and I'm just going to take his points because I believe that's where all the offense is going to come from. He loves playing versus the Eastern Conference. He's averaging 27 points his last 5 games versus the East, and he's averaging 35 points the last 3 games. So over 26.5 points, minus 125 for Kyrie Irving seems like good money for me. And those are my 2 plays that I have in this game.
Yeah, you're locked and loaded, and Kyrie obviously with the history against Cleveland. But you also have the Mavericks losing 3 straight on the road, getting to come home.
Yep.
But I can completely understand your plan of attack here. Can get you that over 26.5 points at minus 115.
Okay.
26.5 points minus 115 for LJ from H-Town. We roll on 9 p.m. Eastern. The Spurs The San Antonio Spurs playing at the Denver Nuggets. Going to be fun here with Wemby versus Jokic. Shohan out, of course, and Aaron Gordon out. But other than that, Jokic, Wemby is on the menu. Hope you guys are joining us to a Pub-A-Palooza. It's going to be absolute magic. Everybody you see on camera here right now will be there. God, I cannot wait. All right, let's set this one up. Spurs, Nuggets. The Nuggets are sitting right now at 6.5 with no vig. This opened up at 7.5. It's a 1-point move now, plus because it's juiced to the Spurs. So a 1-point move plus towards the Spurs. Spurs being very good to me this year. From a total standpoint, we have a 237.5, and it's juiced to the over. It's opened up at 236, and it's now at 237.5. When we get to the cash flow here, 80% of tickets, 84% of cash on the over. And on the spread, 60% of the tickets and 58% of cash is on the Denver Nuggets. Let's get to the quick X's and O's here for this Spurs spot, and then hand it over to LJ to hear the breakdown. We have the Spurs now coming off of the loss on Tuesday. They lost on Tuesday, right? They didn't. Sorry, the back-to-backs don't show up anymore on this. So no, I wrote all the back-to-backs, but I just got this fear here. They haven't played since New Year's Eve when they took out the Clippers badly, 122-86. They're a rested squad. The Nuggets played on Wednesday at home over the Hawks and won 139-120. Speaking of teams that are shooting well and playing at a fast pace, the Nuggets play the 5th fastest pace in the league over the last 10 games, 102.88 possessions a game, and they're shooting 52.5 from the field and 37.8 from three. Much better numbers than the Spurs, who are 6-4 over the last 10, 19th fastest pace at 98.87 possessions a game, shooting 46.4 from the field and 33.8 from three. Nuggets have won 3 straight. Spurs have won 2 of 3, and we have right now the Nuggets on game. Oh, so this is a back-to-back. So they play tomorrow night at San Antonio. Mm-hmm. So, will Wemby play the back-to-back? Rez Mob says he is on the Spurs. Too many points. Spurs have covered the spread in each of the last 7 games here. Lynn, Mr. Belvedere, I will put it here in the chat. Ron Crawford gave us the -1 calculator. So I will put it here. Give me a second to pull it up, and but I'll pull it up for you, and I'll explain it very quickly. It's very easy. So take it away for us here, LJ. Do you think that this is too many points for these San Antonio Spurs? Take it away.
It possibly could be too many points. I could see them covering this spread just because Denver doesn't play any defense. They give up too many points. One of the reasons why I'm all over the over, Jimmy. Give me whatever you can get. I took it at 237.5, whatever it is. I don't believe it's a total high enough for the Denver Nuggets right now, man. They're hitting like 250s, like for the most part. So the Spurs can score too. Wemby can score. They got a couple guys on their offense that can score points. And the Spurs are good in the first quarter, man. More so at home than they are on the road. But 73 against the spread overall in the first quarter of their last 10 games. And we know Denver, they start off very, very slow. They're one of the worst teams in the first half right now, 8-24 against the spread in the first half as the Denver Nuggets. So if you want to look at San Antonio early, I believe you could get some money with them. But when Denver come out of halftime, especially at home, they smash. They are 12-3 against the spread in the third quarter at home. So I will be looking at that live coming out of the third quarter. So hopefully the Spurs can be up or even have a close game going into halftime to Denver, because that's a good way to approach the second half of this game. But I think the Spurs can stay within margin simply because I think they have the bodies to do it. But I just believe it's going to be a lot of points. So I'm just going to stick to that. We see Wemby doesn't like to be in the paint. I don't think he wants to bang in the paint. I think he just wants to stay outside, shoot threes. He's kind of a finesse player. I saw him live when they played the Rockets, and yeah, he doesn't like to stay in the lane. He's real brittle. And I see when he gets hit and he gets knocked down, he gets a little bit shaken. So I think that's why he likes to stand out there and shoot that three. But other than that, both teams, to the over on the first leg of a back-to-back is what I got. 5-1 to the over for Denver, 4-1 to the over for the Spurs. So That's where I'm going to go far as the total, Jimmy. I got the over 237.5 just because I don't believe any type of defense is going to be played. And I looked at the game last year. Wemby and Jokic went at it, man. Jokic, 42 points, 16 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 blocks last year in that game. But he was 1 of 6 from 3. Mind you, Wemby was 23 points, 15 rebounds, 8 assists, 9 blocks in that game last year. And he was 2 of 11 for 3. So we see a lot of shots going up for the most part. It just depends on if they're going to be hitting these threes. Even Jokic takes threes. So that's just where the game is now, man. You know, we got to expect these teams to put up at least 30 to 40 threes a game now. And that's where the NBA is going. So I believe that for that reason, I believe that the shots are going to go in eventually. And I believe they're going to take the score over. So I'm taking the over, and the props that I have in this game, I'm going to stick to the guys we just talked about. I mean, Jokic, man, I believe he is the most dependable NBA superstar we have right now. Some of these guys don't want to play in injury management. When is the last time you seen Nikola Jokic take a game off for injury management? The only reason why he missed those couple games early because he was having a child. But other than that, Jokic comes to play every single night, man. And you can appreciate that as an NBA player. Also a fan that likes to bet and make money because he cashes his props. So I took his over 28.5 points, Jimmy. I got it in early because I see it's moved up now to 30.5. So he could hit that on the hook, which is very, very important that you get these props as soon as they come out. So over 28.5 points for Jokic, minus 114. And I'm going to take the triple-double, man, plus 134. Because he's had a triple-double 5 out of his last 9 games. And you can probably expect him to get right there at a triple-double every single night. So until he shows us something differently, just continue to keep taking it, man. I'm telling you, Jokic is an investment. He pays bills, man. I have an account separately just for Jokic. It's why I depend on this guy because he makes money, man. But all that said, I'm on him, and I'm on the other side with Wemby. I did a little three thing parlay to get some plus money. I took his 4+ assists, so it's over 3.5 assists. I took his over 2.5 blocks, and I took his over 1.5 3-pointers. And I got a plus 114. Now, you can take that 3-pointers to the 3 because he's had hit 3, but I just brought it down a little bit just to be safe. 7 out of the last 9 games, he's hit 2+ 3s. 8 out of the last 10 games, he's had 3+ blocks. 9 out of the last 12 games, he's had 4+ assists. So I'm just going to keep synchronizing those that way to keep getting that plus 114. And I'm on Jokic triple-double with his points. And I'm all over the over, Jimmy. 237.5.
We can get you that 237 flat.
Okay.
Well, flat 237. Very quickly for Lynn Belvedere, obviously you click American. For me, it's risk amount. You know, it's for me. And then it just works very, very easily. Anybody looking at the run line calculator, and thank you to Ron Crawford for hooking up with us. It's so crucial in baseball and hockey. Take it away for us here. A wine time, Spurs-Nuggets.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo off what LJ said. I'm on a similar side here. I'm on the over, guys. I'm on the over 237. When I think Denver Nuggets, I think of overs, guys. Man, these guys don't play a lick of defense, and they like to run up and down that court. They've been playing some good ball the last couple of games, won their last 3. They've been able to score a lot of points, but, man, they give up a lot of points too. And looking at the Spurs, man, when was the last time they had a total of this high in a basketball game this season? It's been quite some time. It's been, I believe, at least a month. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I like the over in this spot. I love it. I moved on the over 237. I moved on it this morning. I still like it. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored here. There's not a high enough total for the Denver Nuggets. I think this can get to 250 easily, at least 240. So give me the over 237 in this spot here. I don't have anything on the side or any player props in this one. I just think there's going to be a lot of points scored. I think the Spurs are going to be able to get off. Then they're going to be able to run up and down the court with the Nuggets today. And the Nuggets are going to be able to score at will too. So the over. I love the over in this spot. Over 237 minus 110.
You are locked in. As this is year 8 of me doing this publicly, and at first I wasn't using the spreadsheet. I got the spreadsheet when I was in Costa Rica, so it's been 7 years of using the spreadsheet, which has helped me very much. And you guys know my healthy fear of NBA. So one thing that, and I keep bringing, how can I improve this? How can I improve this? How can I improve this? So I realized that my ROI on the first of a back-to-back or a home and home is negative. My ROI on the second of a home and home or a back-to-back is my best angle in basketball. So I decided this year, don't bet the first of leg. Simple. Don't bet the first leg.
Yeah.
Because that's the leg where I don't know what's going to happen. The second leg's where I really feel like I have an angle. So as much as I could create a storyline for the Spurs cashing for me nonstop at this number, or Jokic wanting to teach Wemby a lesson, which we didn't see last year, and whether or not we'll see it this year. Not for me. I got to only focus on tomorrow night's game using tonight's game as the setup. So, but we have our cappers on screen rocking and rolling. LJ and Wine Time both on the over 237. LJ with Jokic over 28.5 points, minus 114. At this offshore book, I see a 29.5 minus 127. He beat that line easily. Triple-double for him is at plus 134. I didn't look at the triple-double. I can get you the triple-double plus 151.
Oh, let's get it.
Yeah, that 151. And then Wemby over 3.5 assists, over 2.5 blocks, over 1.5 threes at plus 114. And we roll on. We have 2 games left on today's show. Let's roll because we get to our guy Strategic Investments out of the Dominican Republic. Great friend of Peter and I's, especially when I started. I took a lot of heat and a lot of negativity. So those guys that stood by me, I'll always remember. And Strategic Investments is one of them. Chapiadora play of the day is the Sacramento Kings. We got Grizzlies, Kings here. Grizzlies 23-11, 9-7 on the road. Kings 15-19, 8-12 at home. We're at the Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. Memphis 7-3 over their past 10, playing at the fastest pace I've ever written down. 108.05 possessions a game. That's the fastest I've ever written down.
That's insane.
I've got to 107 a few times, never 108. And this is 108.05. It's even a little bit over. Thank you, Saturated. Thank you. 47% from the field and 40.1% from three. They're flying up and down the court, and they're hitting their buckets. Sacramento 4-6 over their past 10. Is there not a more tricky team to figure out this year than the Sacramento Kings? 4-6 over their past 10, 100.6 possessions a game, shooting 46 from the field, and just 33.8 from three. Take a look at the latest injury report here. It's a horrific for the Grizzlies. For the Kings, very clean. It's Keegan Murray will not be a go. He is doubtful, looking to miss his second straight game. So it'll be Keon Ellis and Trey Lyles that will be getting more run with Keegan Murray up. For these Grizzlies, Ja out, Smart out, G.G. Jackson out, Williams out, Aldama out. Laravia is a game-time decision here, questionable to play. He missed the Tuesday game for his first game that he missed. He's playing quite an important role here at times, I should say. But, then we have Zach Edey as a game-time decision here, questionable with a concussion. So he's missed 2 straight. He's in concussion protocol. Then we have next up Clark. Now, the reason why Brandon Clark is important is because of the Edey. So Clark has missed the last 2 games with a right soleus strain. No idea what the hell that is. Jay Huff will be a huge part of this game if there's no Clark or no Edey. What a goddamn mess. It never ends with this Grizzlies team. Just a constant mess. We have a total, the highest total on the board. We've seen Wine Time attack the highest total on the board. He'll be going first. I wonder if he attacks us here. Opening up at 239, now up to 241.5. When we go to the point spread, in this one, we have Memphis at plus 2.5 and minus 104. They opened up plus 4. There's been a 1.5 move to the Memphis Grizzlies, and yet they're just the Hurt Locker. Absolutely nuts. When we get to the cash flow, 63% of the tickets and 66% of the cash are on the Grizzlies. And on the total here, we have 59% of tickets, 55% cash on the under. Take it away for us. Wine Time Sports, Grizzlies, Kings. We have Strategic Investments. Chappie Door play today on the Kings. Take it away.
Yeah, it's a clear-cut play for me, Jim. I'm on the over here. I gave it out this morning at 240. I'm seeing some 241.5s at some spots right now. It's only going to continue to go up, I think. You touched on it. Memphis Grizzlies playing at a really high pace right now. And that's how the Kings like to usually play the game of basketball, is play at a very high pace, score a lot of points, not play a lot of defense. They fired their head coach, a week or two back. Crazy, man. This guy won Coach of the Year 2 years ago. They get rid of him. That's how fast they clean house nowadays. And, they got an interim head coach now. Interesting to see the Kings play, though, man. They're just not playing good. They're not playing a good brand of basketball. I've been on them several times, especially against the Lakers, and I've gotten absolutely burned on them these last couple Saturdays, taking the Kings against the Lakers, thinking they got some revenge on their minds against a team like the Lakers, and just can't get it done simply. This team's got talent, man. They've got Sabonis, they've got Fox, they've got Monk, they've got DeRozan. They went out and bought DeRozan this offseason. They just can't get together with wins here. It's pretty crazy to see, honestly. Memphis Grizzly, they're question marks everywhere in their roster. It seems like every single game this year, but yet they're 23-11, really good record for them. This is the highest total on the board for a reason. 240, 241.5. That ain't enough. This is going over 250. This is going to get to the 260 range. This is going to get out of hand right here, guys. Early and often, there's going to be a lot of points scored. Give me the over. I gave it out on X this morning with my other plays, over 240, minus 110 here. I love this one, guys. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored here. I don't know who's going to win this game. I'd probably take the Memphis Grizzlies here, but that's just me kind of being recency bias with the Kings losing on them. And usually I want to get my money back on some of these teams, and the Kings isn't even a team I want to get my money back on. I don't want to back them. I don't want to watch their brand of basketball to try to win a game. I can't see them giving up a lot of points and scoring a lot of points, though. So give me the over in this spot, guys.
I like it. Saturated saying the same thing. Puntos. Let's hear what LJ from H-Town has to say about Grizzlies Kings. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to get in and get out early. Grizzlies, man, they're one of the best teams in the first quarter, especially on the road. 12-4 against the spread in the first quarter on the road. So I'm just going to stick to that. They've been playing well, even without Ja. 7-3 against the spread, last 10. They've won 15 out of their last 19 games. They have the rest advantage. They have fresh legs, and I'm not mad at the over either. 21-13 to the over, 6-2 to the over as a road dog. So all that, correlates with the over as well. But I'm just going to stick to the first quarter, just because that's where the disadvantage is for us, the Kings, man. They're the fourth worst ATS team in the first quarter. 2-7-1 against the spread in the first quarter of their last 10 games. So whatever reason, they start off very slow. So I'm going to take advantage of that. And also for a game, they're 0-7 with less rest than their opponent. So Memphis is very, very live and play to win this game. But the injuries do concern me because any guy could maybe get in foul trouble, and that makes you less of the bodies that you have because you're already limited. So I understand that injury issue, but history shows Memphis, it doesn't matter if they're injured. They're still going to play hard. They're going to cover the spread, and they're going to play every game. So, but like I said, I rather at home, I would be all on them. You get what I'm saying? We already know how we like Memphis at home. But on the road, they seem to slack off, especially versus the Western Conference. So this line is tricky for a reason. The fact that the Kings are favored, even though the Grizzlies are the better team, which lets me know that something fishy could happen in this game full spread. But first quarter, early in the game, I'm going to trust Memphis to do what they continue to keep doing. So whatever number you can give me first quarter from Memphis is what I'm on.
And do you want the point?
Yeah, I want the points.
We can get you a +1 here.
Yeah.
Let's grab it here and lock this in. First quarter, we got one game left on today's show. The first quarter here, we can get you a +1 at -110.
Okay.
Or we can get you +0.5 at even money.
Let's do that. Yeah.
All right. So first quarter +0.5 at +100. You are locked and loaded. Our final spot on the board. By the way, Billy B. Bookmaker telling us about a race at Gulfstream that pops off in 5 minutes. He's looking at the Marty Drexler horse, Mean to Me, the 4 horse. There's 3 co-favorites in that race. I'm interested. It pops off in 5 minutes. Maybe we'll call it after this race here. I'm sure Jose's interest has been piqued. 10:30 p.m. Eastern with the Atlanta Hawks, 18-16, 8-9 on the road. The LA Lakers, 19-14, 11-5 at home. We're at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. Lakers on the second half of a back-to-back after defeating the Blazers 114-106 last night. LeBron stepped up in a monstrous way. What can you say about the guy? He's not even on the injury report.
40 years old. It's amazing, right? 40 years old.
It's unheard of. Spectacular. It's fun. AD missed last night's game, so we think he'll go today, but we've got no sign of that happening. We also, of course, have Nance and Zeller out. Can't watch Cody Zeller run the floor for 4 minutes. But Trae Young is listed as questionable here. Contusion on his right hand, which is a surprise. He scored 30 plus in 2 straight. So Trae Young, game time decision. And he's not alone. Jalen Johnson, we know how important he is, was seen at the shoot-around already. So if he's been seen at the shoot-around, they didn't mention that Trae Young was seen at the shoot-around.
Mm-hmm.
That's wow. So Jalen Johnson missed Atlanta's last game, so that you could expect Jalen Johnson to become probable, I guess, at this point. So he's a game time decision, and then you have Bogdanovic, a game time decision, questionable. He hasn't played since December 21st. I don't know if I don't know. That's just what I'm reading here. Let's get into the line history here for D Jenkins has Trae present at the shoot around. Beautiful. Thank you. We have Kelly McInnes on AR, Austin Reeves here with the double. We have Reeves over 7.5 assists for Joey Marinaccio. Thank you, D Jenkins. Very important. Rick J says Trae over 23.5 if he plays. And Saturated Shocked AR 15's assist line is still at 7.5. Let's get into the line history and set this one up. Our final game on the board. LJ will be getting us started here. Thank you, guys. I know we started late, so thank you so much for your patience, both of you guys, as we started a little late to this section of the show. Lakers open up at -4. They're now -2.5, a 1.5 move towards the Atlanta Hawks. For a total here, we have a 231.5. This opened up at 231.5. It climbed at one point. It went down. It opened down to 230.5. Came up to 232. It was at 233 this morning, and now we're right back from where we started. The circle is just, as John Dunn would say. From a cash flow perspective, 90% of the tickets on the over and 84% of cash on that over. And on the point spread here, 58% of the tickets and 57% of the cash on the Los Angeles Lakers. Take it away for us, LJ. But quickly, talking about fast pace, Atlanta 5-5 over the past 10, playing at second fastest pace in the league, 105.11 possessions a game, 46.7 from the field and 37.4 from 3. The Lakers 7-3 over the past 10, 99.80 possessions a game, the 16th fastest, 46.6 from the field and 34.9 from 3. Take it away, LJ. Our final game of a 4-hour show. Hawks Lakers, my friend.
Yeah, I'm looking at points, Jimmy. Both these teams struggle defensively for the most part. Lakers are ranked 10th, worst defensive rating, and the Hawks, they go over for the most part. So that's an issue where I'm going to be looking. I want Trae to play so he can add to those points, and I want Anthony Davis to play as well so he can add to those points as well. That last game that they played, that Friday night in Atlanta, they went over the total. Hawks 134, Lakers 132. Went into overtime. LeBron 39 triple-double. Anthony Davis had 38 points with a 56 PRA. So I want those guys to be in the lineup. We know LeBron's going to be in there, but also Austin Reeves, man. He's been very, very well contributing to this team. The fact that D'Lo's gone now, so I think he's going to be well primed to go at Trae in the backcourt today. This is a Friday night at home in LA, so I know the fans are going to be out. Trae Young, he loves to shine in front of the stars, so I can see him having a good game as well. I would like Jalen Johnson in there as well, but more as defensive-wise, he's in that lineup. For us the contributing to the points, not so much. Even though he can score, I believe Atlanta still have enough bodies to contribute to the points and score. But I want Trey to play. Very, very important he plays. But other than that, the last 7 matchups for these two teams has gone over. So I am going to stick to that trend. Hawks 11-4 to the over off a loss, 8-2 to the over when they have the rest advantage. So all those things correlate to me taking the points. So Lakers did play last night. They probably can tire out. You know, I don't know. The fact that LeBron's still putting up monster numbers at his age is just amazing to me. That's why I feel he is the GOAT, just my personal opinion. But other than that, I see this team go. I see this game going over, is what I'm trying to say. Last 7 matchups has gone over. I believe it's going to be 8. So over 231.5 is what I got.
He's had the greatest career of all time.
Okay.
The GOAT. The GOAT? I don't know. Wine time. Oh, we got you the over 231 at minus 110.
Okay.
I did lock in here on this race over at Gulfstream, tailing our friend Billy B, a bookmaker. Wine time, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, this is a spot I wanted to move on last night, and I ended up moving on this morning. I'm on the Hawks money line, guys. I'm fading the Lakers on a back-to-back here. You know, man, LeBron played his ass off last night, guys. I was on the Blazers plus a 7 last night. Lost by 1. They lost by 8. They fought their way back in that game. I mean, they were in total control of that game in that second quarter, and the Lakers went on like a 25-6 run to end the first half, which cost me first half on the Blazers. I'm going to get my money back against the Lakers tonight with the Hawks. Lakers are going to be tired out there. LeBron, yeah, he can go out. He's the second player in NBA history other than Michael Jordan to score over 35 points, I think, at the age of 40 or higher. It was just his birthday recently. Man, he's playing at a high level. It's really cool to see, man. I'm glad that I've been able to go watch him play these last couple of years. But I'm on the Hawks in this spot, guys. This is a clear-cut Atlanta Hawks. I got a really good number, guys. I gave it out on Twitter. I got a plus 150. You could only get like a plus 115, plus 120 at some spots, but I got a really good number this morning, and that's what I got on the Hawks. I think they're going to take care of business in LA. They're going to win this game outright. I don't even want the 3.5 points or 4 points. I want them to win this game outright.
Wine time on the plus 150 for the Hawks. Hawks at plus 150. LJ on the over 231. We are loading up for race 6 at Gulfstream. I just put a little $14 win place, $28 bet. A little small, little fun. I probably should have just bet it to win, as it's gone from 6-1 to 9-2.
What's the runner's name, Jimmy?
The runner's name is Mean to Me.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to take it right now.
I obviously took it as well.
Oh, look at you here. LJ, do you mind if I call this race, fellas, for a quick second?
Yeah.
No problem.
All right, everybody. Race 6 at Gulfstream Park. We're traveling 6.5 furlongs here on the dirt. It is a maiden special weight. I knew this would pique Jose's interest. And we are off and racing. And the one Empress Strikes Back did not leave the gate. The 7 Frida, your 6-5 morning line, or your 2-1 morning line favorite, 6-5 post favorite, moving very fluidly. The 3-year-old filly out of the D'Angelo barn. We are rolling Frida in first, the long shot Patty's Gift in second, with Jose E. Morelos in the irons. Amalfi Sunset. I remember Amalfi Sunset. I missed the days of capping Gulfstream. Mean to Me is in a very dangerous stalking spot, fourth right now, about 3 lengths out of first. That opening quarter up in 23.12 seconds, but he's got to press the gas now. And can Zayas press the gas? He's pushing his horse, and here he comes. We are fourth right now. We're going to see what that half is up, but it doesn't look like he's gaining enough ground, but he's pushing. It always makes me nervous when a horse is pushing and he's not gaining ground. We have Frida moving comfortably, and
This is when the juice comes in. We're
going to need extra lung power here from the 4 Mean to Me. Mean to Me still pushing here, but he's leveling off. Mean to Me still pushing, but leveling off. It is the 2 Patty's Gift that's going to come in second at 40-1. 7, 2, 3, 4 is your final. 7, 2, 3, 4.
That son of a bitch, Martin.
Final. All right. Let's review all action. And no worries, Billy B Bookmaker. It was fun. And we're running nice $20 bet is no thing. Thank you for letting us know that we had our friend Marty Drexler with a horse running. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to reviewing NBA here with our guys, LJ from H-Town and Wine Time Sports. First off, the Pelicans team total over 119.5 is Stacks play of the day number 1. Stacks play of the day number 2 is the over in the Cleveland Cavaliers game. Cavaliers here, at Dallas Mavericks. LJ on the Cavs -7 and Kyrie Irving over 26.5 points. And this is the Stacks play of the day number 2. A shout out to our guy Justin McKell.
Stacks.
Dan Kelly got in on Mobley, most improved player at plus 1,800. Says he doesn't like it because he thinks he was really good last year and should have been rookie of the year before. But he heard Barkley touting it on TV. It's true, Barkley's a fool, but he gets a vote. So do a lot of other fools, says Dan Kelly. Shout out to our guy, Dan Kelly. Let's review all action here. We have, I'm on the Pistons -7. Wine Time on the Pistons -7. I would like to see a 7.5. It's not. It's still 7 -110. Okay. Wine Time on the Raptors +105. LJ on Badadzi double at +100. Dan Kelly on Fred Van Fleet. Oh no, LaMelo participated at shoot around. Yes, we are racing. We are racing horses at this point, unless our guy Jose wants to switch it to greyhounds. Because I don't mind greyhounds. And I like camels. Camels the most, honestly. But if we want to go greyhounds, I'm down with greyhounds. Dan Kelly on Fred Van Fleet under 15.5 points. We have LJ on the Rockets first half +1.5, full game +123. Okay. Yes, we can race food if you guys want. We've got a couple cappers asking for the food racing. This is your show. Wine Time on the Rockets +110. I'm interested in the Rockets. Wizards, Pelicanos, we stayed off. LJ on the Thunder -4.5. Wine Time on the Knicks at +160. Dan Kelly on Hartenstein double at +105. LJ on the Cavs -7 at -108. Kyrie Irving over 26.5 points -115. LJ on the over 237 at -108 with Spurs-Nuggets. Wine Time tweeted out over 237 -110. We have Jokic over 28.5 points for LJ and triple-double at +151. And the Wemby over 3.5 assists, over 2.5 blocks, and over 1.5 threes at +114. Wine Time on the over 240 in Memphis, Sacramento. LJ on the Grizzlies first quarter +0.5 at +100. LJ on the over 231 at -110. And Wine Time on the Hawks at +150. And that is our NBA coverage for Friday, January 3rd, 2025. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. By the way, Jermaine moved on the under 27.5, under 27.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Thank you for sharing that with us, Jermaine, my man. Thank you guys. First, LJ, thank you for getting back in business with us. We have missed you dearly. Please support our guy, LJ, star of the Raw Words podcast, alongside his co-host, Marley Betts. Tell us, LJ, what's going on with the Raw Words podcast this week?
Taking off this week. It's the last week of NFL. Not too much going on. Only pretty much game is Detroit, Minnesota that matters for the most part. But we will come back with a playoff. Some playoff content as well. Once the playoffs, get locked in and everybody gets positioned, we will have some playoff shows. So go over there, subscribe, follow me at LJ Sports Media on Twitter. And of course, man, shout out to the chat, Justin McAfee, Top Set, Saturated, OE, Nunya, Nasty Nate, Rick J, and of course, my man Wine Time on stream right now with me, man. I'm going to get down to San Antonio to record the new song, man. I've been trying to get down there. Wife, she's been sick here and there, but I'm going to get down there real soon to record this new song so we can stop playing the one that's outdated. I believe that one's outdated. I want some up-to-date content, so I'm gonna go down there real soon, guys, and I got everybody in the chat right now in the song. So once I go down and record it, y'all are gonna love it, man. So like I said, Jimmy, appreciate you for letting me come on once again, man. You know, I love doing this with you. I'm looking forward to the new year with us, man. You know, looking forward to going down to San Antonio in March. You know, we already locked in, ready to go. So, hey, man, it's going to be a good time. We're going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to make a lot of money, guys. So, looking forward to it. And, of course, Jimmy, always, man, like I say, let's keep cashing, my friend.
There he is, our guy, LJ from H-Town. I popped his X handle in the chat. Please support our guy. Wine Time. It pained me not updating the college football. I had to let it go. It was taking me too much time going back, and I was stressing out about being prepared for the show. But you have been spectacular this year and a huge asset to the show and to the channel. So thank you for all of your hard work. And then watching you climb out of that hole in 2-3 shows you were on, just that massive run was very impressive in NBA, and I look forward to watching you continue to deliver. Wine Time Sports here is the X handle. Please support our guy Wine Time. I just popped it in the chat. Wine Time, any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, Jimmy, always a good time doing these Friday shows with you, my man. I look forward to this, man. This is part of my day, man. I love it. Can't wait to cash these bets with you guys. Shout out to LJ for joining us for the NBA segment. Yeah, guys, just be on the watch out next week, too. Me and Jimmy are going to probably break down this Ohio State game, clip it out, give it to you guys. And, make sure to watch that because it's college football playoffs, guys. This is the time. These are the games where I really like and I can lock into, and I know these teams really well. Just look forward to continue to do this. So, yeah, thanks for having me, Jimmy, as always, man. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat, and let's get this cash, man.
You're muted for whatever reason, Jimmy. You're muted.
All right, thank you. I said, there's our guy, Wine Time Sports. There's a huge amount of people here. School's not back, and so there's a bunch of kids that have come over.
I feel that way about old Helga.
What? That
School's not back, and she's just lurking in the background, ready to laugh at my poker skills whenever.
That's funny. Shout out to Helga. Shout out to Helga. It'd be fun to hang out with Helga. Will Helga be making an appearance at Pubapalooza?
I've tried to get her to come. She's, it's something you've got to coddle and nurture.
You did pay for her to get to the horse track, though. That was very gentlemanly.
That was. Yeah, I'm a great guy. What can you say?
He paid for his lovely girlfriend, Helga, to come to the horse track when it was free.
And my buddy Matthew. So I paid.
And you paid for yourself as well.
Yep. 3 people. Yep.
$50.
Yeah. Yes.
To our free horse track.
Good times.
All right. Let's race, Jose, and then we will review all action here on the show.
I'll give you 3 plays or a parlay that I'm on as well here today.
Hit me, man.
Because you want to do it before the horses or before the dogs, I should say.
No, let's fucking race. Oh, so it's not food. You decided against the food?
No, I did have a couple chuckles when I saw the pancake emojis, etc. But I'll acquiesce to our guy Nasty, and he asked for it yesterday, so let's give him the dogs. It always just makes me laugh thinking about Mikey Money and his dog getting bullied off the track.
That was too funny.
So I hope we get more of that stuff, but let's race these.
We will be at the horse track on Sunday of Pubapalooza, right?
Sure, yeah.
That's always a very difficult morning for me.
Yes, it is.
But then it's very difficult.
I can imagine. Yeah, I luckily don't get into the soup as much as you guys, but this year I'm going to make a concerted effort to stay out later. So
I like that.
Jimmy throwing up his laptop in the air with not a care in the world.
That's just absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
It was admittedly very funny.
I have no recollection. That was the first night too. It's just all right. Let's not get into it.
Well,
I do have a plan though. I do have a huge plan. And the whole after the Tuesday show, as I fly out Wednesday, I'm just going to be capping, setting up Thursday and Friday nonstop, working on Thursday, Friday. So and I'm taking the early flight. Remember, we took a later flight, so we were just destroyed at the airport. Nuke, Gokster, and I. That's not going to happen because our flight's at 8:20, so I'm going to work the whole time. So I'm ready to go.
Well,
get to the bar at 1:00 though. That's dangerous.
Yeah. It's. I wish you luck, and I'll just say, as Mike Tyson once said, everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face with a shot of Kraken. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens when all that happens. But let's get to racing.
Wait,
Oh,
we can't until your brother here.
I'm glad
in
he's back,
the
by the
chat.
way.
Your brother, yes, your brother here in the chat. Let's roll. Let's roll, my friend.
He did lose by the foreskin. He lost in the middle of his little league season.
Oof,
We
heartbreak.
say a prayer for you, Ron Crawford, and that foreskin.
His batting average dipped. Everything just this power numbers dropped.
Wasn't the same.
No.
Wasn't the same pre and post.
What's wrong with him? It must be something at home.
And little did they know, it was the tip of his cock. We're racing in San Antonio here. Many places have dog tracks and horse tracks right there. And NJ Stryker is taking advantage of this thing. J-Dub, Chase J, Little Domo, all in the mix there. Oh, Nuki wearing the 69 up there as well. Very nice, Nuke. I see you. Rude Boy, George Wood, Chase J, all in the mix. Preston Ekdahl top set in there. And there's Ron, Jimmy.
Wow, we are tight. Preston making a move. So Joseph Thompson in the chosen one. Johnny Gunn's also moving very fluidly. Philly Eagle Flyer coming in late. And Robert McCormack putting his schnoz up front. There goes Preston Ekdahl. Goodbye, Preston. Sharon Pulliam with a monster move. Sharon Pulliam trying to find the wire. Can he get there? Crystal Craig trying to get into the winner's circle. But here comes Ricky Bobby and Julian Cesaro and Eberg. Everybody's got Ryan Kozlowski. It's all coming down to this kid. Crystal Craig, get there. No, she can't. No, she can't. But that was close. Ryan Kozlowski, our winner. J-Dub in second. Crystal Craig makes show money, which pays zilch, sadly.
Yeah, that was one of our closest races ever.
That was extremely close. These dogs were. Although, in fact, I didn't see Jimmy the Bag there at all. Jose Bouquet, I see you there.
I was about to say, I didn't see mine either, but
held the way back as well.
It was sad, but let's go give it a scroll here. Shots our guy Chill Will in here, saturated 29th as well. 40th for old Jose Bouquet. 49th, Dabby Cab, recent birthday boy. Shout out to him as well. Jeff? Oh God.
74th.
Good Lord. But that's not as bad as Nasty Nate's. So you asked for it, Nasty Nate, you got it. And unfortunately, your dog did not show up in the proceedings.
No, your dog fell apart late. Let's review all action. Let's start with the Jose. Oh, Chang Kim wanted best bets. God, 4.5 hours later.
Chang, I hope you're still watching, because here they come. Here they come, Chang.
Our guy Chang Kim. God, so why don't you give us your best bet and your parlay?
Yeah, I mean, I like all three of these plays. All of them are kind of just market driven, and we'll start with the one that we've already been talked about plenty. Houston Rockets. I'm on their money line too. The -1.5 line stinks. They just played a game yesterday in Minnesota that I know the Celtics care about deeply because Jaylen Brown and Anthony Edwards are good buddies. So I think that was a game that I think the whole team cared a little bit more. Jason Tatum goes off. I think now the Rockets will care a lot about this game. Obviously, A, defending champions angle, and B, Ime Udoka cares deeply about playing the Celtics, I'm sure. So Rockets will win that game. I like Ohio State. That's just a classic unranked team against a ranked team that's favored. I just took their money lines, and these are all money lines, by the way. And the disgusting one, Jimmy, and you're on it as well. Iona Gales. I took their money line here as well. Stinky line there.
And what is the number that you got?
It's a great question. I have to do the math out here because my fucking book doesn't give me the actual price. I just have to math out the number there.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's fucked. I don't get 25% in and out either, Jimmy. I mean, you're talking about your bookie having you over a barrel. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, he hasn't of late. Last few months. I am the one doing the fucking.
Right? I'm the one getting fucked, most likely in every situation. So
I think the single best bet on the board is the Nashville Predators. Let's see what that line has gone to. Chang, I should have given it out right away. I thought maybe something would jump up. Minus 180? Good God. That was minus 125 last night. I got minus 135. Minus 180?
There you go, Chang. You got yourself a nice little parlay now.
Good God.
Houston Rockets would be my one that I would pick there for you, Chang, if you needed one specifically.
Minus 180, baby. Looking like that shit. All right, let's go over all of the action.
Plus 518, by
Beautiful.
the way.
I'm on the Blues and the Predators, and I'm 16-4 my last 20 bets in NHL. Doesn't sound as good as 11-1, but then Skunk Blasters play today's the Blues and Mercyhurst money line. Dabby Cab on Michigan State first half +1. CMAC on Fairfield team total under 65.5. I'm going to put my college card together right now, but these are the possibilities: Akron first half, a possibility of Temple, a possibility of Iowa first half. But those are just possible. Lemoyne, I've got to go over this Barclays situation. DC Capper, Bookie Buster play today, St. Louis Billikens. Nunya Business play today, Chicago State Wagner over 125.5. I'm betting Chicago State first half. I'm betting Iona. Then I am planning to bet Georgetown, and I expect to bet St. Louis, and I'm going to bet Nevada. So I'm going to work on that over the next hour and a half. This is the most important time of the day for me, is after the show. Then we have wine time on the Texas team total over 38.5, and Texas State, Minnesota, Ohio State moneyline parlay plus 110. I think I just lay off of this entirely, but I am interested in the under 42.5. And Lynn saying Merrimack is rolling. Let me go over to that quickly here. Wow. Just dominating early. 27-14. Wow, that's wild. So great work for you guys on Merrimack. I'm very interested. I expect to. I'm just going to do some last minute work on it, but I expect to. Wine time on Virginia Tech team total under 16.5. I have some interest in the under 42.5, but there's just so much. There's so many things with the player personnel coming in and out, with the bowl games and the opt-outs and the transfers. I just don't feel like I'm, fully a titty in the situation. We have an NBA, Justin McKelvey on the Pelicans, team total over 119.5, and the Cavaliers, a full game over 230. I'm on the Pistons -7. That's already at 6. LaMelo's playing. God, the NBA, you just never need 6.5 here, but don't need to move early. Frustrating. Wine time on the Raptors. Now, I've not moved on any other NBA. I'm going to work on that here. I think the Rockets +2 is interesting. Wine time on the Raptors +105, and LJ on Badadzi double +100. Dan Kelly on Van Fleet under 15.5 points. LJ on the Rockets first half +1.5, full game +123. Wine time on the Rockets +110. I'm interested in the Rockets. Then LJ on the Thunder -4.5, -107. Wine time on the Knicks money line. And Dan Kelly on Hartenstein double +105. LJ on the Cavs -7, and Kyrie Irving over 26.5 points. LJ on the over 237 in San Antonio, Denver. So is wine time. He's also on Jokic over 28.5 points, triple-double +151, and Wemby over 3.5 assists, 2.5 blocks, and 1.5 threes +114. Wine time on the over 240 in Memphis, Sacramento. LJ on the Grizzlies first quarter +0.5. LJ on the over 231 in Hawks, Lakers, and wine time on the Hawks money line at +150. I'm interested in moving on the Hawks as well. But just interested. I don't know if I get there. That is our show for today. Thank you guys for joining us. Rick J on Mitchell over 4 threes at +118. Lyles over 2 threes +116. Trae Young over 23.5 points -117. There we go. Thank you guys.
I like your shirt, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, man. You got it too. Nice. Yeah, I'll be wearing a lot of the Pubapalooza shirts over the next little while as we pump it up.
Wow.
Yes, Luke Walker. I'm gonna get that here. I almost got it last night. I was just too tired to go downstairs and get the credit card. But yes, the 8:20 a.m. flight Wednesday morning lands there like 1. It's gone up $5. It's like $4.45 Canadian now, which is just 3. To fly return down to San Antonio is $310 American.
That seems like a lot to me, but I don't know.
To fly return back and forth over a different guy. No, it's nice. It's Nunya wore a Pubapalooza shirt under his jacket during his interview today. It means you're going to get that job, man.
I wish you luck, Nunya.
Nunya, Nuki, Chill Will, Aubrey Davis, Wager Detective, Lynn Belvedere, Old E, Rick J, Kelly McKinnis, again, Kelly McKinnis. I love rocking with Kelly. Sean Pulliam, Aubrey, Travis, Nasty Nate. Thank you guys so much. Philly Eagle Flyer, Saturated. Steve G, thank you. Ronnie Crawford. Thank you guys so much, man. Truly, truly, thank you for your support. Gordon Koski, thank you for the $2 donation. I don't know how I missed that. It says I like Minnesota to win by over 10. Minnesota win by over 10 in college football. Thank you guys so much. Chill Will, Lil Domo, much love to you guys. Zoe Faye, thank you. Chang Kim, sorry I was 4 hours late on that best bet. It wasn't going to change. You just got a better line. Stupid of me. I got a little caught up, man. D Jenkins, all of you guys, thank you so much. Lex Steele, Justin McKelvey, King Al, thank you guys for your support. Chris Warren, all of you guys. Have an incredible weekend. Let's continue with our great start to 2025. We had a great close of 2024. And, really nothing more important than winning. We must win. And we're doing that. We must do it over and over and over and over again until our unit size scares people. Now my unit size
makes other people uncomfortable. Just
yeah.
Like, you bet how much of a game?
It's because I have a young family. If I was just solo, no one would get.
Yeah, if I told Helga how much what your unit size was, she'd be concerned.
But 25% in and out makes it a little easier.
Yes, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You can bet out of your tax bracket.
Shout out to Gary.
It's not Gary, but yeah. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you, Jose, for all your hard work behind the scenes, my man. I will be in touch with you, my friend. I've got the most important part of my day happening right now. I got to go get to work. Let's get that cash. Let's win. Jose, can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yep. Shout out to all you guys in the chat. Nasty Nate, Philly Eagle Flyer, Nunya. Don't fucking blow it this week, Nunya.
Nunya, you can do it.
Fucking blow it, dude. Make sure all 5 picks are submitted.
Yes.
Double check that. Not 4, 5 picks. I had to double check mine this week as well. Thank you, all you guys. Kelly,
love you,
all
man.
you guys. Oldie, appreciate you guys. Let's go milk some motherfucking bookies today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week. Don't forget starting 5 tomorrow as well. Leche, Los bookmakers. Let's go.
Harbour Acre Cottage is offering the Harmony Grand at Malega Lake, a private 2-bedroom modern log cottage lakeside along Malega Lake. Reserve your dates now on Airbnb.